The Face to Facebook livecast will begin in a few moments. Sit tight. Tonight on the Face to Facebook livecast, we feature conversations with Chuck Silver, Jeff Burrows, Shawn Vandenberg, and Denis Bastarache. Stay tuned. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin in a few moments. Sit tight. Well, good evening, everyone. How are you all doing on this Selfless Saturday? So today's show is all about being selfless, and figuring out what that means to you is up to you. For me, it means looking out for those people who are important to me, and going that extra mile if I can to try and take care of somebody else as well. So when I went out for a few essentials today, I asked my neighbor if they needed anything. That's it. Just be selfless. Thomas Bauer says, "Hey, missing my night market, people. We all are. We all can't wait to get back out there and do the things that we normally would do." Mr. McCrindle from Kenora, how are you, sir? Good to see you. So yeah, find out what Selfless Saturday means to you. And yeah, except Aunt Millie. Get her out of here. I just wanted to respond to that person that was talking about, radiation and or wavelengths and frequencies. Wavelengths and frequencies are okay if they come from natural sources like the sun, but not man-made sources. But wavelength and frequency are just a measurement of something that exists everywhere. And the stuff that you're worried about is in the same visible spectrum, or in the same spectrum as visible light. The stuff that comes from the sun. I don't know. Science. Look it up. Mr. Mark Haslip, hello. And Aggie. Oh, Aggie. We miss you and Bill so much. But we have a Pink Floyd mug full of tea here. We had a show chock full of interesting guests for tonight. Super excited to talk to them. We're going to be talking with Chuck Silver, who is the proprietor and owner of the Lesson Lounge in Leamington, Ontario. We're going to be talking to international recording and touring musician Mr. Jeff Burrows of the Tea Party, Crash Karma, and, of course, all of his philanthropic work. We'll be talking to Shawn Vandenberg from Happy Little Crowd Productions, and we'll be talking to Denis Bastarache, amazing musician who works with the Blue Side, among other projects, the Doo-Wop Heartbreakers, and all of his solo stuff. He's been to a whole bunch of songwriting circles and all that good stuff. Corey, I wore this shirt specifically for you. Zappa for president, baby. FZ all the way. All right. Well, I've also got some new music that was sent over by people, which is fantastic. Oh, and I don't know if you noticed this, but on the bottom here, we've got some little graphics now, little infographics that are slowly scrolling their way down the screen there. So it lets you know a little information, because people keep asking me about, like, how many hours have we been doing this? How many people have you talked to? It's just some fun stuff. Hello, Lana Frost. Lovely to see you, if only virtually. All right, well, let's start off with this one. This is a favorite of mine from the live 1975 to 85 compilation of Springsteen stuff. I did not realize initially when I heard this song, I fell in love with it. And it was very, very beautifully done. And I loved the tune. And then I was talking with somebody on radiochaos.com about it. And they said, "Oh, I love that Tom Waits tune." And I'm like, "Shut up. That's not a Tom Waits song. It's a Bruce Springsteen song." And then they pointed out it actually is a Tom Waits song. But I'm going to do the Bruce Springsteen version. Hey, Norton Meyer, Jocelyn Laporte, Tammy Reeves. My goodness. Look at all the people in the house tonight. All right, here we go. So let's see if we can try getting a beat for this tune. Should be pretty easy. Or it would be easy if I could start the looper off the right way. Let's do it again. And for Jocelyn, we got to have it. Got no time for the corner boys down in the streets making all that noise, or the girls out on the avenue. 'Cause tonight I wanna be with you. Tonight I'm gonna take that ride across the river to the Jersey side. Take her down to the carnival, and I'll take her on all the rides. 'Cause down the shore everything's alright. You and your baby on a Saturday night. You know all of my pretty dreams come true when I'm walking down the streets with I'm in love with a Jersey girl. Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la. 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 Sha-la-la-la-la. You know she thrills me with all her charms. When I'm wrapped up in my baby's arms, my little girl gives me everything. I know someday that she'll wear my ring. So don't bother me, and I ain't got no time. I'm on my way to see that girl of mine. 'Cause nothing matters in this whole wide world when you're in love with a Jersey girl. Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la. 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 Sha-la-la, I'm in love with a Jersey girl. Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la. La-la-la-la-la-la-la. Sha-la-la-la-la-la. Sha-la-la-la-la. See you on the streets and you look so tired. Girl, I know that job you got leaves you so uninspired. When I come by to take you out to eat, you're lying all dressed up in the bed, baby, fast asleep. Go in the bedroom, put your makeup on. We're gonna take that little brat of yours and drop him off at your mom's. 'Cause I know a place where the dancing's free. Now, baby, won't you come with me? 'Cause down the shore everything's alright. You and your baby on a Saturday night. And nothing matters in this whole wide world when you're in love with a Jersey girl. Sha-la-la-la-la.
can look at the menu, but you just can't eat. You can feel the cushion, but you can't ever see. You can dip your foot in the pool, but you can't ever swim. You can feel the punishment, but you can't commit the sin. And you want her, and she wants you. But you just can't live it. You're the fastest runner, but you're not allowed to win. Some break the rules and live to count the cost. The insecurity is the thing that won't get lost. And you want her, and she wants you. We want everyone, and you want her, and she wants you. No one ever is to blame. You can see the summit, but you can't reach it. It's the last piece of the puzzle, but you just can't make it fit. Doctor says you're cured, but you still feel the pain. Aspirations in the clouds, but your hopes go down the drain. You want her, and she wants you. We want everyone. You want her, and she wants you. No one ever is to blame. No one ever is to blame. No one ever is to blame.
Had to totally do that. Sometimes you feel the wood block going in places and you have no idea but to follow it. Well, hello, new people. Pat Power, thank you. Yes, I agree. This is a fantastic shirt. I wear it all the time and I get very weird looks. Hey, Carol Forbes and J. Diane O'Neill. Look at that. Oh, we got a little bit of Cowabunga rock on going on. Look at all our new friends. Mr. Jeff Stiles. Hojo for the win. All right. Well, as always, we will take your requests as they come up in the comments. We've got some good guests, but right now, real quick, I want to play a song that came in from one of my colleagues, Mr. Philip Hill. He's a percussionist extraordinaire and dabbles in a lot of other things as well, musically. And he sent over this performance of an original tune of his that he wrote, and I want to play it for you now because when people send me things, I play them. That's how it works. That's sort of the whole MO of this show. So. Here we go. This is going to be Mr. Philip Hill. I believe the name of the song is Love Letter or Love Letters. One of the two. It's either one love letter or many love letters. Let's check it out.
I got a new song I wrote, and I'm going to play it for you. It's called I Wrote a Pretty Girl a Love Letter. When was the last time you guys wrote a love letter? You girls can write one too. You write one to you guys or you girls, whoever. You know, I'm cool. Whatever. If you love somebody, write them a love letter. I got a beat too. Hip hop funky. Yeah. Wrote a pretty girl a love letter. Never heard back, I think she wants better. I'll lay blame on Shakespeare, his words are so queer. I went out on a limb to impress her. Now I'm feeling really not that clever. Just the words of the wise, don't pen sonnets that suck. Don't pen sonnets that suck. Well, I don't mind saying that she's waiting for someone more important than me. 'Cause I just see blue cheese and she's craving hawker chores, philosophies. I sell my art in the park, got a second-hand car, don't fast or go far. And she's walking runway dreams and like a beauty queen, she's addicted to the beauty scene. Still feeling under the weather, I think I'll write a French girl a letter. Maybe this time I'll write something like Baudelaire. That garçon Baudelaire. I just love those French romantics. The je ne sais quoi is never pedantic. Just one little problem, maze of bees, I don't speak Français. Français, monsieur. Français, what, mother? then there's a French rap right here. I wrote a funny girl a funny letter. She wrote back and said it was her pleasure to read someone's words that made her laugh and cry. Oh my, reply. Like just over the moon, she's a treasure. My oasis in the desert. Gets even better, she digs Coltrane and Miles. That made me smile, yeah. Well, I'm glad I waited for a girl to come and make me come undone. 'Cause I got two hearts to fill, a home to build, maybe some little walls. In every city, in every land, across this whole wide world, there's a gem or a pearl. Well, all you gotta do is set the stage and write a page. No, what was it saying, fellas? What do you gotta do? You gotta write that girl a page. And every girl just wants her own page. All the world is a stage. And every girl just wants her own page. Well, all the world is a stage. All the world is a stage. All the world is a stage. And every girl just... What does she want? She wants her own page. So write a love letter.
Sage advice. Write a love letter. What a lost art. Not an email. Not an email. Not a text. Not a Snapchat. Not a TikTok. Not a messenger post. Write a love letter. Something that shows that you take the time. You take pen in hand. Put it to paper. Do it. What a great lost art. I remember love letters. I knew once a girl wasn't for me because I wrote her a love letter and I included the word tepid, and she didn't understand what it was and sent back a letter saying, please stop using words I don't understand. And I just read, okay, we're done. I can't help you. Elitist snob. But I still wrote a love letter. All right, let's see here. Let's do one of these guys here. I like it.
Right once had a girl, or should I say, she once had me. She showed me her room. Isn't it good? Norwegian wood. She asked me to stay and she told me to sit anywhere. So I looked around and I noticed there wasn't a chair. Well, I sat on the rug, biding my time, drinking her wine. We talked until 2, and then she said, it's time for bed.
The Finata. We've invented a new musical term. That's the Finata. Rob Shepley and I came up with it. It's the high note that is played upon a piano to signify the end of the song. It can also be played on the guitar as a strong note at the end. It does not have to be high, so you can do it like an ending. That's the Finata right there. Is that good? Awesome. All right, well, I think we managed to run right up to the time in which we're going to talk to our next guest. Our first guest. Next in a long line of guests, but the first for this evening. So let me just get him on the line here. I wish I had a whole production team to help me do all this stuff. That's my frustration song at not being able to handle as many things as I feel I should be able to handle. All right, well, we got some ringy-dingies happening over here. Oh, there he goes. I've got him, but I don't have him live on the channel yet because I have to switch it off the crotch cam. And there we go. Perfect. And Chuck, I need you to turn your phone sideways if possible so that we can get some nice widescreen video, if that's possible. If not, then don't worry about it. But look at that. Like a champ, he's managed to get it done. So hang on a second. We're going to go back over here, flip over, and go to the live video. And we are going to say hello to my incredibly bearded friend, Mr. Chuck Silver. Hello, sir.
How are you?
I'm in envy of your facial construction, sir.
I appreciate that, man. It's a long process, so what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna come over one night and peel it off your face.
I don't know. There's layers and layers and layers.
Well, let me ask you this question. When last we spoke, you were feeling under the weather. Everything okay?
Yeah, I feel pretty good. It goes up and down, but pretty good.
Okay, good. Well, we'll take good over exceptional. It's fine. We're in that mode right now.
Yeah. So what's going on? I've been watching some of the shows.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Very, very cool. I love the songs in between. Like, I'll
Thanks.
probably make a request tonight.
What's that?
I'll probably make a request tonight for sure.
Please do, yes, because I'm rapidly running out of material. So,
Let's
uh,
get
well, yeah, let's get down into it. I kind of wanted to talk to you a little bit in particular because you are the proprietor of a music store in Leamington, Ontario.
yeah, oh yeah.
Is it still under the same title?
It started as the Lesson Lounge for the last 7.5 years, and just recently, before my 8-year anniversary, I changed it to Chuck's Guitar Shop.
Okay, perfect.
So
I wasn't sure because I saw that graphic, so I wasn't sure. I wanted to make sure I asked.
just celebrated my 8 years, April the 11th.
Well, congratulations! And what a banner year to celebrate it in, right?
Unbelievable, eh? Like at least I stood in the shop on that day.
That's right.
Because couldn't really be open, but you know.
Yeah, well, before we talk about this absolute economic gouging that's been taking place because of COVID, tell me a little bit what it's like to own and operate a music store, particularly in a smaller town, and you know, how do you hold your own against the larger music retailers of the world?
Oh, like first of all, like I love Long and McQuaid, big fan.
Oh no, I'm not.
I go there whenever I look at really pretty guitars.
Yeah, not knocking them. I'm just because they're a chain, and it's hard sometimes to compete against the chain.
Oh, for sure. When I first opened up, believe it or not, the VI was still open, and about a week later, it burned down. So that's kind of crazy. But being in a small town, it's got its advantages, it's got its disadvantages. Obviously, I'm always having to fight against the internet and Amazon, Best Buy, even they've gotten into it. But for the most part, the last 8 years, it's been an experience. I love it. I couldn't imagine wanting to do anything else.
Well,
it wouldn't make sense for me to do anything else, you know?
Yeah, well, there are certain things, of course, that you can provide that somebody like an Amazon or a Best Buy can't do, and that is, you can walk in and talk to Chuck, and you can get Chuck's opinion, and you can touch and play with Chuck's guitars, and you can take
personal experience.
That's right, and you could take lessons from Chuck. So, do you find that that's mainly the bulk of your business is in the instruction side, or is it in the sales side as well?
I would say it's in the instruction side for sure. But there are some times when there's like a lull in the season where the retail really, really helps out. And luckily for me, I get a lot of the migrant workers. And those guys are the guys ever. They just want to come in and buy an acoustic. They want to play a little bit. They want some strings. And, it's been working, thankfully. I mean, even though it's slow right now, I still end up selling a lot of strings and accessories, drop them off in mailboxes, have people come pick them up from the shop in the mailbox. But honest to God, I love it. I'm looking forward to when we get back into this.
For sure.
And I students like crazy. I don't want to do the online thing right now, just because I don't feel like it works out. I like the personal collection. I like being in the room with the other person. I just don't feel like it transfers over. No disrespect to anybody who's doing lessons like that right now. It doesn't work for me. So.
Yeah, well, I can certainly see, because we've had the same sort of frustration expressed from actual online educators, like teachers. When they're talking about this new mode of e-learning, they're expressing that same kind of frustration that they don't have that one-on-one contact. They can't react immediately to what the student's offering or asking. So yeah, especially where music is concerned, there must be a problem with latency as well, right? Because especially if you're trying to teach somebody a rhythm and you can't hear the rhythm when it's coming back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. I've watched a couple of people's online instructions, and I respect what they're doing, like I said, and I'm not knocking it. It does not fit my mold of what I see teaching kids and teaching young adults and even older adults. We need to be there in the same room. You have to be able to stop me if you don't understand something. I have to be able to stop you and say, look, you're not doing that the right way. Let's break it down. Let's find an easier way for you for now. So it's I definitely miss it, like a lot. I know you miss gigging like crazy.
No, not at all. No. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What do you find the fundamental differences between teaching somebody who's new to music between a younger person and an older person? What are the different challenges there in terms of getting them motivated and interested and learning?
Well, with young kids, they're like a blank page, right? Some of them come into it and they just want to try it out. Some of them, you can see the desire within the first couple of minutes of the lesson. You know that they're going to be like a long-time student. There's other kids that have come in, and I tell all the parents, I'm like, let's just try it out. if it doesn't work out, no harm, no foul. I don't want to take your money if I'm not giving you something. So I'll be straight up and honest. And sometimes it's to a flaw, like it's a personal flaw of mine. I'll tell the truth. I don't like to lie about things because I don't have time to go back in my life and figure out what I said 10 years ago. I'd rather just tell you the way it is right now. So with the kids, you'll get some of them. The cool thing I like about the kids is that I can kind of go the way I started learning, really, really slow, taking it easy. I try to reinstill in the kids that they're not doing anything wrong. It can be frustrating, but keep going through and you'll break through the plateau. With adults, what I like about adults is that I get to see these older people that come in and wanted to play a long time ago, and now they get this chance, and success. I end up getting them through some songs, and they feel really happy, and they'll call me when they go home, or they'll message me and say, this was the best night ever. And I'm like, surely it couldn't be the best night ever, could it? But we're doing something, man.
Yeah.
8 years in this, I'm proud of myself, but I know there's a lot more.
And you should be proud. I mean, that's quite an accomplishment to hold a small brick and mortar store in a small town open that long, especially for something that's such a niche market like music. You're not selling eggs, which or milk, which everybody needs. You're after a very particular market.
Well, oddly enough, though, you know how they marked off everything as like essential, non-essential. Even though I'm marked as non-essential, God, man, do people break strings? A lot of people break, and they lose their picks. And they're calling me, and I'm like, I have everything you need. So,
well, don't say break string. I'm going to cover my guitar's ears right now because I luckily haven't broken a string at all.
Said that.
But do you find that sometimes when you're trying to, instruct an adult, they may bring more, maybe not apprehensions, maybe not the right word, but they bring more baggage to the table of lessons because, maybe they've had lessons when they were a kid and they didn't like it because of the teacher, and they're kind of have that axe to grind, or they come with preconceived notions about what they think lessons should be like because they've tried to teach their kids. Do you ever have to fight against that? And how do you deal with that?
So going back to the kids, a lot of the kids that I teach, their parents are musicians. Some of them are awesome musicians, but you don't want to learn from your parent. So you come to me, and I make it very, very relaxed. With the adults, though, they come in and they've had like years of poor self-esteem. Like you said, not having the right teacher, it makes a big difference. And I know some teacher friends of mine now who are actively doing it, and I'm so happy it's them because we've all got that kind of thing where we connect. With an adult, I find it a little easier to connect. But with the kids, I'm pretty much mentally 12. So we're talking video games, we're talking new crazy,
Yep.
But with the adults, I always start them off on something easy, like something Neil Young, like Heart of Gold or
sure.
There's so many. But I try to keep it something easy, and then I got to deal with the hand strength and the dexterity. And I had one guy who was a carpenter for like 30 years, and one finger wasn't even working, so we had to get around that. It works. It just takes a little bit of time.
Slide guitar. There you go.
So.
Just give him a slide on the finger that doesn't work. You're done. There you go. It's all set up.
I have done
that. So when you're talking, with adults or people that are your age or a little bit older, obviously, you can go back to songs like you were saying, the Neil Young Heart of Gold and things like that, and they're familiar with it and they get into it. But how do you approach maybe somebody that's younger and doesn't necessarily know these songs, and they're looking to things like the Niall Horans and the Justin Biebers of the world and the Ariana Grandes? How do you get them motivated into learning something like the acoustic guitar or the piano?
Well, I'm half proud and half not proud to say that I could probably learn. I've probably learned and taught, 3 of Taylor Swift CDs, and I actually like the songs a lot. But I mean, that's how I relate to the kids. I find out what they like, and there's always an acoustic version of something.
For sure.
So I find the acoustic version. I teach them the acoustic version of like a Justin Bieber song or Selena Gomez. And so it's finding that key, that connection. And then I try to slip in some Boston. I'm like, hey, what's more than a feeling? And they're like, I'm not sure who that is. And I'm like, oh, but more. So, all the time. So
you speak their language, and then you give them a little taste. That's
it's just like music stores have been doing to us forever. They give us a little taste, then they reel us in. So
That's right.
do the same thing to the students. I go with whatever they want, and then I start interjecting, I'm like, hey, how about some like Led Zeppelin or something?
Yeah.
Something easy, which I don't know if there's any easy Led Zeppelin, but I'm like something a little easier. Babe, I'm gonna leave you.
Yeah. Well, the thing that I think a lot of teachers get trapped in is that, they instantly want to try to push the style of music that they like onto the student. And they're not really interested in what the student wants to learn. For example, when I was in conservatory for piano, they were trying to make me into the next Rachmaninoff. And I had no interest in that. I wanted to be the next Elton John. And
Yes.
so after a while, I was just done. I can't do this anymore because I can't stand playing it. Now I still love listening to it, but playing it wasn't for me. So I have to take my hat off to you there for kind of being willing to move into a genre of music that they're interested in, because I think it really goes a long way with establishing a trust with the teacher-student relationship, right?
Absolutely. The key for me is the connection between me and the students. I like to bring it up. My dad was the shoemaker at Leamington for like 37 years. So he had a personal connection with everybody because he was fixing their shoes. So he told me, he said, I've got my hands in everybody's souls in here. You know what I mean? And I laughed about it because I was like, that's pretty cool. But I try to do the same thing. When somebody comes in the door, you are family, even if you don't buy anything. But I like to treat everybody with respect. And, I've met some amazing people over these 8 years that still, they'll still stop by with the coffee, or they'll message me to see how I'm doing if I don't feel well. Pretty awesome. I'm very lucky.
Yeah. Well, you must be doing something right if your clientele are that invested in your personal well-being as well. So if I was wearing a hat, it would be off to you, sir. Let's talk a little bit about then, how the beginning of this year basically jammed a giant monkey wrench into the gears of commerce. So what does that look like for the town of Leamington, as a resident there? And what does it look like for somebody trying to operate a business in the town of Leamington?
Well, first of all, I'd say don't do it. Second of all, honestly, I saw a meme somewhere online where somebody was saying, doesn't anybody else feel like 2020 was you were getting your ducks in a row and everything was gonna be good?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden this happened. I honest to God felt the same way. I thought, April, we're going to change the name to Chuck's Guitar Shop. We're going to do a whole bunch of stuff. I'm excited. I'm very focused. This is the first time in a long time I've actually felt well. So, I was sick for so long, right? So
yeah.
Started getting it going, and then all of a sudden this happened. And there's nobody to blame for it. I mean, it is a pandemic, and it is a very serious thing, but I still have high hopes. I have high hopes that maybe I can reinvent something and do something a little different, or, I'm not even opposed to teaching in plexiglass.
Right. Yeah.
Have that between the students, but as long as we see each other and we connect,
For sure.
So I don't know which way it's going to go, but I don't want to be one of the negative doomsdayer. You see them all the time on Facebook. Nobody's got anything good to say, but I'm like, let's just wait and see.
Yeah.
Well,
the thing is, everybody wants to kind of, we're living in a time of conjecture right now because nobody really knows anything. And what people don't understand, I think, is that it's okay for politicians or authority figures or scientists to say, I don't know. Telling you that I don't know is an acceptable answer. All it means is I don't have enough data yet and we're working on it. But for some reason, people hear I don't know and we freak out. And it's the end of the world, But no, all it means is that we're getting there slowly but surely. I want to ask you, because of your health concerns recently, are you doing anything, taking any kind of extra precautions because you feel maybe you might be a little more at risk than the average Chuck?
I try walking around with no immune system, so I try very, very hard. But for the most part, I do everything. I keep in contact with London Health Sciences all the time, just to make sure they got regular blood work going, and they want to make sure I'm okay, but I'm just doing what everybody else is doing. I'm trying to wash my hands as much as possible and, stay away, the social distancing thing. We're doing it, though. We survive.
Yeah.
I miss playing. I miss being out there playing once in a while.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't have a choice right now. So.
And,
this beard, everybody keeps telling me to shave it, but that's not.
No, that's not. Same thing. This glorious specimen right here. This is the best I can do, Chuck, and it pales in comparison to yours, but it's never going anywhere.
I've been using so EO5 Pantene. It's
We'll have to trade housekeeping secrets later.
I'll tell you, but it's between us.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
if I'm a student of Chuck's at home right now, and I can't get to you, and we're not at this point exploring the online option, what can I do during this time to kind of keep myself fresh and motivated and focused and practicing? What are some tips that you have for folks?
Well, the first thing I would do is some of the students I actually do like I'll start the beginner books with them, and I'll tell them to go back and review them until it sounds great enough where nobody tells you to shut up or lower it down. And that's where you're doing something good. Or I'll write out a little something for students, send them a piece of tab or send them a couple of different scales just to kind of keep them going right now. But I do fear that with this long break that people will be unmotivated. And it's a shame because music is the one thing that we run to when anything's happening, good or bad.
Yeah.
I'm going to wait till next week and see if I can personally get a hold of all the students, send them each a video message, have them send me something back to show me what they've been doing, and we can hold on to the music a little bit longer, until we can see each other again.
For sure.
So
we have a question here in the comments. Pat Power wants to know, Chuck, where is your store located again?
It's 120 Erie Street South, Leamington, Ontario. So everybody knows it's right across from the Domino's Pizza. There's two plazas across the street from each other. I am in the one that doesn't have Domino's, and they just recently redid the parking lot. So it's a lot bigger space. There's a lot of room. I've got a sign on the window so you can see it. So again, it's 120 Erie Street South, Leamington, Ontario, Unit 4. If you look me up on Chuck's Guitar Shop and Lessons, the Facebook page, I can post a link up after.
Yeah.
And hold of me.
I was just going to say, one of the things I've been asking all the guests to do is that they do have, links to their performances or services or crafts or whatever. Please do put it in the comments for the video so everybody can go and check out what you do, because it's important.
I saw there was a comment before from Ash Nicole saying,
"Oh yeah,
play tonight."
Yeah,
but it's nice to rest the hands for a bit,
I wouldn't know. That's
going like hours and hours, but it's really entertaining.
Oh well, thank you. I hope it is, and I hope it's not annoying.
It passes the time, and it's good stuff.
Oh well, thank you very much.
Amen.
You mentioned earlier on about the fact that one of the things that you've been kind of pleasantly surprised by was the fact that the migrant workers come in and they want to buy an acoustic guitar and play and all that kind of stuff, which poses a very real question, and probably a question that has possible detrimental effects for your area, or the Leamington area, which is so focused on the migrant workforce for the summer, for the greenhouse and harvest. If this thing continues, as some people have projected it's going to continue, how is that going to impact the migrant workforce and then the economy that springs up to support them? Because if they can't cross.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like we were talking about before, there's not enough info right now. So we're kind of just all waiting to see what's going to happen. I know it'll affect me a little bit, but I think it's affecting everybody across the board. Like, if I can't get my regular students to come in, I can't get the migrant workers to come in and buy guitars. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out, but I'm sure, you got Mayor Hilda McDonald. She's doing very, very well for what she's doing right now. It's awesome. She'll step up with something. She'll come up with something. We're very, very heavily dependent on the migrant worker community. So I can't see that they would just stop and do nothing. A lot of things can be lost, a lot of business. They'll figure it out. I have faith.
Yeah, I do too, to some extent. But the problem is that they're coming through places like the United States, and if the borders remain closed, then everyone's kind of held to that bureaucratic fire, right? So
yeah,
it's a little scary. And I worked in Leamington for just about 13 years, 12 or 13 years, and I recall every early summer into fall, there was just a massive influx of population there that was all the migrant workers that would come. So, I feel for you guys, I really do.
Well, I'm kind of wondering if they're going to switch it over and try to see if they can move more into automation and more into seeing if they can hire local. I'm not sure if people locally want to do that work, but it's got to be done,
Sure.
And I'm just kind of waiting and seeing. I'm a lot more nervous than I seem right now, but because I'm where you and everybody else are, we're kind of in the dark about it right now.
For sure.
And
for sure.
We're waiting to see that little crack of light, see where we're going to go. I see a lot of things are being canceled way before the time. Like I heard that some festivals and some of the stuff downtown in Windsor, like they're all pulling out ahead of time. I don't know when we're going to get back to normal, but being a big fan of music, I'm willing to sit it out and wait and see what happens.
Yeah, for sure. There's the other scare too, that if, the problem of the migrant worker shortage is solved by automation, do we then replace the migrant workers with automation? And then there's a whole other displaced workforce. And then you're right. The thing is, sure, those jobs can be made to locals, but a lot of the reason that migrant workers come is because no locals want to dig in the dirt for 10 hours a day.
I know. I mean, it takes a really strong person to do that kind of stuff. If I could do it, I would. I wasn't built for that, I guess. I can't do it. I've had little different jobs when I was younger, but I think music suits us the best.
Sure, absolutely. That's what I say. When I kind of complain the other day, I was really tired and I was feeling run down, and I came out to do the show, and as I'm passing out the door, I just said, I'm just really not sure that I want to do this. And then I stopped and went, yeah, but I'm not digging dishes.
Yeah.
Like I'm sitting in front of a microphone talking to wonderful people about, how we're all managing to come together and cope. I'm pretty sure I can pull it off.
I feel blessed every time I'm locking up the store and I'm going home. I think to myself, wow, like I really get to do this. Like legitimately, I really get to come in here and I get to play guitars all day.
Yeah.
It's not like a long division, which I would be terrible at.
Yeah. Absolutely.
We're playing guitar where we're sharing our love of music and knowledge to younger and older. It's amazing.
Agreed.
Best job ever.
Oh yeah, hands down.
Yeah.
I want to ask you the same couple questions I've been trying to ask all the guests, and that is, and I've learned to ask the two questions separately, because what I was doing was asking them both at the same time, and people forget the second question by the time they've answered the first question. So the first question in the series of two is this, as follows: what about the life of normalcy that we had just a little while ago is the thing that you miss the most?
Concerts. I was really going to concerts these last couple of years, and really, really starting to enjoy it again. Because there was a time there where I'm the shortest guy in the crowd, and there's always an 8-foot guy standing right in front of me. But I miss concerts. I miss going out to see other people play whenever I'm not playing. And I don't know. I'm nervous to see if we're ever going to get more of that again. I was getting ready to go see Rage Against the Machine in July.
Oh,
not sure that.
Yeah.
I but
yeah,
I miss.
I agree, and I apologize for being one of the super tall people that's always in front of people at concerts. That's the first thing I do when I walk in. I get my seats. I look behind me, and I just like, I'm so sorry.
I understand.
The second question then in that is, let's look at the mirror image of that. So, as opposed to something that from before you really miss, has there been something now that, because you've been forced to be more isolationist or more of a recluse, let's say, is there something that, to your surprise, you found comforting or joyful, or anything like that?
Well, some of this time away has, for one, we mentioned it, to be able to rest your hands. I've been wearing those Tommy Copper gloves every chance I get, just to get kind of the minor aches and pains out of the way. But the real positive of this is that my video game abilities have jumped up. So we're doing well.
Wait, let me reply in video game fashion. Hold on.
Achievement unlocked.
Yeah, but I mean, the time getting to spend the time with the people you love, or even being able to connect with people more. Usually be working during the day. Now nobody's working, so we can call each other, we can talk, and get back to communicating. So I appreciate that about this time. But I'm a worker.
Yeah.
I'm working. I want to be at the shop. So ultimately, my main goal is to see what we got to do. I don't care if I got to wear a hazmat suit. I want to go back.
Yeah.
I want to go back. I want to see the people. So
I agree, and I think there are a lot of us in that same boat. And I just want to make sure that we do it responsibly, like you said. Do the things that we have to do to make sure that everybody's safe. But let's find a way that we can actually get back to doing the things that we love, if that's what we're missing, right?
Absolutely.
To along those lines, and first, let me thank you so much for volunteering your time like this and being willing to be a part of it. Sorry,
Um,
I cut you off there. Sorry about that.
no, I just wanted to thank you for having somebody like me be able to, come up here, share my thoughts with you, and tell you about Chuck's Guitar Shop, 120 Erie Street South, Leamington. That's one thing, and the other thing, if you don't mind, I'd like to give a special shout out to a really close friend, Wade Sharp, and the All Nighters. That guy is just fantastic, and I wouldn't be sitting here right now if he wasn't such an incredible support in the background to me.
I agree. I know Wade well, and he is absolutely the essence of the best of humanity. He's just such an all around amazing guy. And I don't know why I haven't talked to him yet. There, I got to mark that down. Let me mark that down.
This one time I jokingly said, what I wouldn't do for a Klondike bar, on the internet. He shows up about 20 minutes later with the Klondike bar. Yeah.
That's Wade.
And I ate. It was a mess, but
yeah. That's Wade. And I won't ask you. I won't ask you what the two of you did for that Klondike bar. I'm not going to ask.
It was strictly legal. He watched me eat it in disgust, and he was like, "You should use wet for sure." So,
well, I kind of want to close it out with the deep question or whatever.
Sure.
And, you mentioned that you want to get back to doing things, but you want to do them in a manner that's safe for everybody. So, we all know what it is that we've been told to do and things like that. But on a personal level, your own personal social barometer, what do you think people should and shouldn't be doing right now? And is there something that we could be doing better?
I believe the social distancing thing is a good thing right now. Staying a little bit away from each other, being more conscious when you're out in public. Like, I've seen a ton of people just cough without covering their mouths or sneeze without putting it in their elbow. And I'm like, what are you doing, man? Like, I don't want to wear that. And I know nobody else wants to. Cleanliness, the most important thing is wash your hands. We shouldn't go back to primitive times where there wasn't soap. Like, soap's been around for a long time. Wash your hands, man. Use, cleanliness. I think it's a cleanliness factor, and I hope people are taking it serious. And I'm in danger. You're in danger. There's not one of us who isn't susceptible. Health, the main thing is keeping the health up. Take your vitamins. Say your prayers. I know I sound like Hulk Hogan, but right. He was right. So
he was right.
But yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at. Just keep taking those precautions.
Yeah, absolutely. I was waiting for you to rip the shirt off and call everybody brother.
Yeah. I was going to, but it's an Alexis on Fire shirt. I don't know if you can see it.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, don't rip it. Yeah.
Great Canadian band. So.
Fantastic.
But yeah, that's kind of that. Stay clean.
Yeah. Well, I don't think anybody could argue with you there. And again, I want to thank you so much. Sorry, it's important to remember too that the one of the pestilences or the pandemics, the Black Plague that ravaged Europe and killed untold amounts of people, the cure for it was washing your hands,
right,
and taking a bath.
My God, it's right there. Just do it and help each other out.
That's right.
Very lucky. This is a good thing, though. Thank you so much for having me on tonight, man.
Thank you so much for willing to be a part of it, and I look forward to sending everybody to see Chuck's Guitar Shop at 120 Erie Street South in Leamington.
Yeah.
See?
Unit 4.
Unit 4. You got me doing it now, too. But yeah, make sure, please, that you do drop the link into the comments for the video so people can check it out. That would be great. And if you have anything recorded, or if you feel like recording something onto your phone and sending it to me, then I can play it for everybody.
Well, I've been playing with Sam Sly for like years and years,
yeah.
Right? So there's YouTube clips and stuff. I'll send you something, man.
Please.
You're my best friend in the whole world. How could I not display what we do? So
yeah, well, so please do. And if I can get it sometime, during the show, I'll put it on tonight.
I'll see what I can do.
All right, my friend.
You're the best, man. Thank you so much. Everybody stay safe and wash your hands.
Same thing to you, my friend. Be safe.
And appreciate it.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Well, there we had the lovely Chuck Silver. So there's a show on television called Parks and Recreation, and it's sort of like a spin-off, not a spin-off. It's sort of a derivative show of The Office. Stylistically, it's the same as The Office. It's like that shaky mockumentary cam kind of thing. Anyway, and there's my favorite character on that show is Nick Offerman's character, who is Ron Swanson, who is just absolutely disgusted with government on all levels and wants nothing to do with anything and loves breakfast food and meats and, anyway. He moonlights as a jazz saxophonist called Dick Silver. And I think that every time I talk to Chuck or see Chuck's name come up, that's the only image that's in my head is of Nick Offerman with a saxophone just grooving out for the ladies. So good. So good. Well, in honor of Mr. Chuck Silver and his teaching of the young ones to Neil Young, let's do some Neil Young.
Oh man, look at my life. I'm not like you were. Oh man, look at my life. I'm not like you were. Oh man, look at my life. 24 and there's so much more. Live alone in paradise makes me think of two. Love lost such a cost. Give me things that don't get lost. Like a coin that won't get tossed. Rolling home to you. Oh man, take a look at my life. I'm a lot like you. I need someone to love me the whole day through. I look in my eyes and you can tell that's true. Lullabies look in your eyes, run around the same old town. Doesn't mean that much to me, to mean that much to you. And I've been first and last. Look at how the time goes past. But I'm all alone at last, rolling home to you. Oh man, take a look at my life. I'm a lot like you. I need someone to love me the whole day through. I wanna look in my eyes and you can tell that's true. Oh man, look at my life. I'm not like you were. Oh man, look at my life. I'm not like you were.
With the finata at the end, the hard stroke. Well, it's interesting because we have that song, right? Old Man, which is, about a young man telling an old man that, hey, I was a lot like you were, or you're a lot like I was, and so on and so forth. And it falls in line very, very cool with this song, which is my favorite Cat Stevens song of all time. And it tells this very same message, but it tells it from the point of view from both the father and the son. Oh, Mr. Jeff Burrows joins us in the comments with some very kind words. Thank you, Jeff. That's most kind of you. And I look forward to talking with you in about 25 minutes' time. All right. Well, what were we saying? Old man. Yes, old man. And now it's time for the old man to have a conversation with his son.
It's not time to make a change. Just relax and take it easy. You're still young, that's your fault. There's so much you have to know. You'll find a girl, settle down. If you want, you can marry. Look at me, I am old, but I'm happy. And I was once like you are now, and I know that it's not easy to be calm when you found something going on. Take your time, think a lot, or think of everything you got. For you will still be here tomorrow, but your dreams may not. How can I try to explain? When I do, it turns away again. It's always been the same old story. From the moment I could talk, I was ordered to listen. Now there's a way, and I know that I have to go away. I know I have to go. It's not time to make a change. Just sit down and take it slowly. You're still young, that's your fault. There's so much you have to go through. You'll find a girl, settle down, and if you want, you can marry. Look at me, I am old, but I'm happy. All the times that I cried, keeping all the things I knew inside. It's hard, but it's harder to ignore it. They were right, well, I'd agree, but it's them, they know, not me. Now there's a way, and I know that I have to go away. I know I have to go.
The Finata at the end. How could we forget about the Finata at the end? Oh, I see a couple new folks have joined us in the comments. Welcome, Marlene. Oh, thank you very much. That's very kind of you to say that. I appreciate it. Well, for anybody that is tuning into the broadcast for the first time, this is all being done out of my home studio, and it's a quaint little place. We've been doing this since I can't even tell you when we started this, but it's probably been about 5 weeks, I think. Maybe something that sounds about right. And it started off because I wanted to do some performance on a site called Street Jelly, which was a virtual busking, where you can play for people and they buy tokens and they give you the tokens. You redeem the tokens for cash. So that was pretty cool. And then I decided that I wanted to go a little bit longer, and I wanted to reach a little more people. And then we wanted to have these conversations with folks, and it just kind of evolved from there. And it turned into this thing where now it's been 5 hours every day. It's amazing. It's amazing that people are actually tuning in and thinking it's something worth watching. It's great. I've actually had people tell me that for some inexplicable reason, come 7 o'clock, they turn their TVs off and they open YouTube on their TV and they have this thing playing. It's amazing. I credit the people that we talk to, because they have so many insights and the conversations are so wonderful. that I think that's what keeps people coming around. And cheers to Adelaide, Australia for you. I've got a friend in Australia right now who was tuned in at the beginning of the broadcast. I don't know if he's still there, but anyway, Mr. Hootie, indeed a killer shirt. And thanks, Krista. Thank you for that. That's very nice of you to say. All right. Well, we did this one a little while ago, but I love this song too. There are so many songs I love. That's the problem about being a musician, is that there are so many songs you love that you just want to play. You could probably keep playing every hour of every day, and you would never get tired.
I'd rather be a sparrow than a snail. Yes, I would. If I could, I surely would. I'd rather be a hammer than a nail. Yes, I would. If I only could, I surely would. Away, I'd rather sail away like a swan that's here and gone. A man gets tied up to the ground, he gives the world its saddest sound, its saddest sound. Rather be a forest than a street. Yes, I would. If I could, I surely would. I'd rather feel the earth beneath my feet. Yes, I would. If I only could, I surely would. I'd rather sail away like a swan that's here and gone. A man gets tied up to the ground, he gives the world its saddest sound, its saddest sound. I'd rather sail away like the swan that's here and gone. A man gets tied up to the ground, gives the world its saddest sound, its saddest sound.
There's that finata at the end. That's what we love so much. Oh, Mr. Joe Troche, an amazing and talented and fine keyboardist in his own right, giving me a compliment that's sounding great, then that means the world to me. And hello, Kevin Renaud. How are you? It is good to see you. Let's have a little bit of fun. So I've been doing this looping thing, and it's pretty cool, and I've been enjoying it thoroughly. And this is one song where we get to have a little bit of fun with the looper, and I'm excited about that. We get to construct a beat that's really fun. And maybe I shouldn't be doing this, given the fact that the next guest that we're going to be talking to is a fantastic drummer, and will no doubt have some proclamations on my inability to construct a loop within the proper time. But I'll take my chances. Alrighty. Anyway, somebody challenged me and Jim to do this song, and we had never played it before, and we pulled it off. We did it in one take. It was pretty neat. So let's see here. Let's see if we can figure this out. Not bad so far. For Jocelyn, the wood block has to be in there, right? We got to do it. Little tambourine. Then it's got this other thing here. It's not bad. All right, let's try this out.
Take that look of worry. I'm an ordinary man. They don't tell me nothing, so I find out what I can. There's a fire that's been burning right outside my door. I can't see, but I feel it. It helps you keep me warm. So I don't mind. No, I don't mind. Seems so long I've been waiting, still don't know what for. There's no point escaping, 'cause I don't worry anymore. I can't come out to find you. I don't like to go outside. They can't turn off my feelings like I'm turning off the light. But I don't mind. No, I don't mind. Oh, I don't mind. No, I don't mind. So take me home. 'Cause I don't remember. Take me home. 'Cause I don't remember. Take me home. 'Cause I don't remember. Take me home. Oh Lord, 'cause I've been a prisoner all my life. And I can say to you, take that look of worry. Mine's an ordinary life. Working when it's daylight and sleeping when it's night. I've got no far horizons. I don't wish upon a star. They don't think that I listen, oh, but I know who they are. home. 'Cause I don't remember. Take me home. 'Cause I don't remember. Take me home. I say I don't remember. Take me home. Oh Lord, 'cause I've been a prisoner all my life, and I can say to you, I don't remember. Take me home. I don't remember. Take me home. Oh, I don't remember. Take me home. Oh, I don't remember. I don't remember. Take me home. Oh, I don't remember. Take me home. Oh, I don't remember.
Woo! Little last minute embellishment at the end there. Whoa, that felt good. That cleared out the lungs right there. Woo! All right, well. Yes, Jean-Marc, absolutely a new J Sharp Major song suggestion. Thank you very much, Lori Bishop. I love that you love it. All right, well, let's bring things down just a bit while we get ready for our next guest. This goes out to my good and very best friend, Shannon Christopher Wright in Australia. There you go, a fellow Aussie listening in. And Mr. Burrows and the Tea Party just went on tour with Big Wreck, I believe, was one of the bands that was involved in this. Was it Big Wreck? I think it was Big Wreck. Anyway, if it wasn't, I'm going to play a Big Wreck song anyway. So I'm just inventing tie-ins as we go. Anyway, this is a tune that Shannon and I really like a lot. But I do my own version of it. We do all these kind of things where we are going to, reinvent songs as we go. And this is one, it's like a really driving hard rock song, but I turned it into kind of like an introspective melodic piano thing. And everybody really liked it when I first tried it. So I'm going to try it again and see how it goes. In the right key, though.
So I always get nostalgic when that song, but if my room is false, has to be in some car across the street. And I always catch the back of your head in a crowd. Just don't turn around, it's never you, and you ruin those memories. And those photos are great if I catch them with the side of my eye. But if I stare, it just turns into you and me. We're just standing there, and now it's over. What do you top of my lungs. When you go there, would you hear me scream at the top of my lungs? So I always fool my friends and we head down there. They think that we're en route, we just drove past your house and you weren't there. And it's always great when I'm hanging with your buds and they lie. They think that I'm just fine, it's always been that way. A pocketbook Brando, and now it's over. Would you hear me scream at the top of my lungs? When you go there, would you hear me scream at the top of my lungs? When you crank that song, it might sound doomed. Just leave the room while I sit and stare. Yeah, that's rare. Really love that tune. I love that song. I love that song. Really love that song. Now it's over. Would you hear me scream at the top of my lungs? When you go there, would you hear me scream at the top of my lungs? You crank that song, might sound doomed. Just leave the room while sit and stare. This is rare. Really love that too. I love that song. I love that song. I love that song.
Ah, the finata at the end. That's one of my very favorite things in the world to do right there, is to take a song that's really like amped up and heavy and all that kind of stuff and turn it into something a little more introspective. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. It's funny because it can go one way or another with those type of things. It's an experiment and it sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Well, I'm sure that the moment that most of you have been waiting for is here. And I'm very excited to interview my next guest. I've had the pleasure of meeting him several times and working with him a couple of times. And the thing that's touched me most about meeting him is that he is definitely one of the most genuine people I've ever met. There is no, or at least not as far, if it's an act, then he's incredibly good at it. There is no mask. There is no separation. When I feel like I'm talking to him, I'm talking directly to him and the real him. And I just think that's a rare and good quality. So, without further ado, let me see if I can get this fellow on the line here. And I have so many questions for him. And if you guys have questions, please dump them into the comments there, and we will be able to pass them along. and I've got him almost ready to go here. I'm just going to switch it off the crotch cam. Unfortunately, the camera that gets defaulted is the camera that does the view of the keyboard and my lower extremities, which does sometimes I think that the upper view is not much better. But anyway, we're going to go over now and bring him into the conversation. It's my very deep pleasure and thrill to be talking to Mr. Jeff Burrows. Sir, how are you?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, how are you?
Hang on. No, I'm good. I have to turn off your. There we go.
I was going to say, do I get to say the radio thing and say, sir, I'm going to have to get you to turn down your radio? Is that?
No, just turn off your broadcast. That's what it was.
Well,
no, I'm dumb.
Let me start off by saying, first and foremost, I hope that everybody at your place is doing well. Everybody's happy and healthy. Yes.
Oh yeah, I same to you and same to everyone out there watching. It's do you have me okay?
Absolutely. Yeah, you're loud and proud, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I hope everyone is doing really well and practicing safe distancing and so on and so forth, right?
Yep. Absolutely. I want to kind of jump in on a bunch of different notes with you because I have so many questions I want, and I'm hoping that people in the video broadcast, the comments, have some questions for you as well. But the first thing I really want to touch on is your philanthropic work and the fact that every year you've been doing this wonderful event for the Canadian Mental Health Association for your 24-hour drumathon. And it's this wonderful event that myself and a lot of the area musicians have been very privileged to take part in and help you out with that. And I wonder if you could start off just by explaining a little bit to the folks that are unfamiliar with that, what that's all about.
Okay. Well, first, I want to give you hats off and big congratulations. It sounds amazing online what you're doing, and I think it's a fantastic idea, obviously. And so kudos. Sounds amazing, pal.
Thank you.
The marathon, it came about as an idea between myself and my good friend Gary Denis, whom everyone in the Windsor, Essex County, Chatham-Kent region know as probably the most selfless music promoter in the world. And he, he's just one of those guys who gives back and always takes the back seat when it comes to the hurrahs and the claps and so on. But so he's the most beautiful, kind person out there. I just sit and play drums and bother people for money and bother amazing artists such as yourself and other solo artists and bands and so on. There's been so many over the years. And it just started as something that, we wanted to give back. We wanted to do something different. I mean, everyone loves a great pasta fundraiser. Everyone loves a great bingo and so on and so forth. But I wanted something, that was almost synonymous with what I love to do and what I'm kind of known for. So the first year was an interesting year. We only had 4 bands play 6 hours each. And the rock and roll veteran Crazy Kenny Kokstad was one of my first bands to play, and they came in after a night of gigging 14, 15 years ago, and man, they belted it from 2 a.m. until 8 a.m. and they were bagged. I mean, I was bagged, but it was fantastic. So we've raised a lot of funds. First for Transition to Betterness, which is t2b.ca, and an amazing organization. And then I nudged things over to more of the mental health side of things a few years ago when the money's coming in for mental health provincially, especially, had gone from, say, 5.5% in the entire medical field down to below 3%. And I thought, they're just not getting a lot of funding and so on. And, God bless the charities, any charity really that
Sure.
puts their heart and soul into anything from, trying to find a cure for cancer to heart and stroke and so on and so forth. But this was one that was, on that totem pole is way down there for any sort of municipal, provincial, and federal funding. And I just thought it was a good move. And I've gotten to know and love so many wonderful humans, either at the CMHA, the Canadian Mental Health Association, or Harmony in Action, or Maryvale, or House of Sophrosine. It just goes on and on. So
Yeah.
it goes really well, and you've been a part of it, and thank you again. Now it's kind of easy. It's tough between that 4 in the morning and 7 in the morning thing, but I've always
Yep.
got the Twisted Sisters helping me. And of course, Aggie and Bill, they're entertaining me as much as I get to entertain them. Um, so that's always nice. And then it's just a matter of great friends with very generous hearts and making tremendous donations. And they come in from as far as Australia, Germany, Hong Kong, and Chatham, and Toronto, and Montreal. It's fantastic. So it's turned into something where the biggest portion of the development of the marathon leading up to it is the lead up to it. The actual day of is like, whew, finally you're able to relax, sort of thing.
Yeah, for sure. I want to ask you, because you've made a great career for yourself out of playing in the groups that you played in. I mean, obviously, most notably the Tea Party, but then there was Crash Karma as well. And there's a real opportunity for you there to just kind of say, why get involved in the charitable side of it? Really, I mean, you've created this life for yourself that it's probably very wonderful. So what's the motivation for you to want to get into the philanthropic side of things?
There's several things, and you'll get very similar answers for people who are often as fortunate as I feel I am. You could do nothing, or selfishly, you can do something that makes you feel good and it gives back. And if the modicum of success or fame, for lack of better terms, that I have, if I can use that to twist a couple arms and help me out with sponsorships and so on to raise money for good causes, and at the same time offer something different. If people love coming to see me laugh or see me at hour 20 to 24 and laugh at me because I'm just dead for the rest of the evening. But, we're very fortunate to be in this position, and many of us are. And, there's so many that do so many things. It's embarrassing to talk about what I do. I'm just in a very good position, and I get to help, and it makes me feel good, and I get to help a lot of friendly people. So.
Sure. Well, let's I don't minimize your involvement in it. You're also one of those very many people that are helping to make a difference. And but let's talk about that for a second. Because an undertaking like that does involve a great many people, from the artists that are volunteering their time to the establishment, to the other volunteers, to the people that are donating goods and services and artwork and things like that. What happens when something like this occurs, and something that's been in the planning for so long? Tell me what that looks like from an organizational standpoint.
The first thing I did was procrastinate and deny that it was going on, because I was going forward with this drum marathon, and many people had the idea, well, you can do it for your basement and do it by yourself. And I'm thinking, sounds great, but it kind of misses the mark. It's not. So anyway, the hardest thing was writing the letter to all of the charitable entities that Gary and I work with, and that was a bummer, of course. But we've vowed that next year we'll come back and we'll make double, and I think we will. I truly do. I think everyone is gonna be super geeked about making things way better for themselves and others in say a year's time. But so then what you do is, you forge ahead and think of other things. So talk to the bandmates in the band, and we're moving ahead with something that's getting released tomorrow via George Stroumboulopoulos on CBC Music. And sorry if I'm talking too quickly here.
No, it's good.
And we're raising funds via that single for the CMHA in Windsor, Essex, and an organization called Conquer COVID-19. And I believe they're based out of Vancouver. Ryan Reynolds is heavily involved, and he's helping us out with all of that sort of stuff. So it's pretty exciting. It was very easy for us. I mean, we each recorded our parts in isolation in our own communities. I mean, Jeff's in Australia, Stuart's in Vancouver. I'm, of course, here. so that's coming out, and then there's several different portions or different parts of that that are going to follow it. It's a pretty interesting little process that we've undertaken because everything just became stagnant, right? So
Sure,
we
yeah.
needed to do something. And on top of that, I'm kind of going back to what I used to do more often than not, and I dug up a lot of old Tea Party memorabilia from my storage facility, SRO Management, who managed us for 20 years. That's excuse me, for those who don't know, like Ray Daniels' place. He managed the Tea Party, but managed Rush since their debut, and they literally just moved, or they're almost completely out. So they've been boxing some old Tea Party stuff that they found in the offices, in the attic, in the basement, and so on and so forth. So I've got these really cool items that we're going to do a great auction,
Oh, that's great.
online auction with, and proceeds for that are going to go to mental health institutions and so on and so forth. So
That's
things
great.
like that keep myself busy.
Yeah, and and it's wonderful that like you said, that you are in this rather fortunate position, but that it allows you to draw upon all these resources that some of us may not have access to. That still allows you to be philanthropic and benevolent and
Yeah.
kind of exercise that side of yourself, which is great.
Yeah, when I was young, I always thought, well, I'm going to keep this. This is going to be really cool. I'm going to frame this, and then I ended up with so much stuff. I'm like, well, I'm going to auction that. Someone might want it.
You got to keep one or two things for yourself, though. Just one or two. Yeah.
Oh, I've got the platinum records. That's cool.
Oh yeah, okay. I've got a couple of those up here too myself, so I don't know where I put them somewhere, but
all those guitars, you got no one, man.
I want to ask you a question too, because we've been talking to a few people that do several philanthropic things and or charitable things, and we were wondering if the spirit of giving is maybe going to take a backseat in the more recent upcoming future, because people are so concerned with their personal economies and the world economy, with everything kind of taking a dive. Are we running a risk of losing that benevolent giving to other people?
I lost you there a little bit at the end, but that's okay. I think I got your question. I think what's going to happen is, much like terrestrial radio, local radio, it's thriving. Completely opposite of what I was thinking. Your Spotify's and so on and so forth, they're actually not doing as well as I thought they would be during this pandemic. And terrestrial radio, from your AM 800s and your 89Xs and 93.9s and all your Blackburn stations and so on locally, those are the ones that are doing quite well, which is great, I think. I mean, I'm a fan of all radio, but I'm more of a fan of local radio. So I think what's going to happen in the philanthropic world or the charity world is people are going to start focusing more on their local food banks and their local research teams and their any of those local helplines and so on and so forth. Not to take away anything from the Canadian Cancer Society and so on and so forth,
Sure.
but I think people are going to become a little bit more microcosmic about their donations and where it goes.
Sure.
I mean, Windsor Essex has always been so crazy good with donations. It's pretty insane.
Absolutely. And I share that kind of charitable side with you as well. Last year I started my first charity on my birthday, dedicated to the Canadian Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, because again, on that totem pole of giving or totem pole of visibility, they're right down there as well. And because my daughter unfortunately struggles with that, I figured it was something that I could direct my energy towards, and that was supposed to be this upcoming weekend. So yeah, I agree. That was the hardest letter that I had to go write to everybody too, was that I'm sorry, but it's just not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
That's rough. I'm sorry.
It is. Well, yeah, I feel your pain. It's certainly not on the same level, but we were hoping it was going to get there one day.
Yeah, it's.
I want to ask you this. We had a question in the comments here from Corey McCrindle. He says, "Will touring forever change due to COVID and the fears of being in or near crowds?"
Well, I'm not a doctor, but I played one on TV.
Wow.
And now I think for everyone to be realistic and to listen to the experts, I think after a year to 18 months, once a vaccine is found and once they have things under control, I personally think things will get back to normal. I don't think it's going to be this summer. I don't think it's going to be this fall, the winter of 21. Personally, I think it's fall or winter of 22, but who am I to some,
Yeah.
I'm a drummer.
No, but
I hope it starts back up tomorrow and everyone is fine and so on, but it's not the case.
Yeah.
We have to. This is a once in a lifetime event, much like people who lived through, and I'm by no means comparing this to a world war, but that is a once in a lifetime heavy duty world affecting event, and this
Absolutely.
is a world affecting event.
Absolutely.
And this, people are not taking it serious in many times, and trust me, I mean, I am really looking forward and really missing playing as much as you are, and so on and so forth. And we have a tour booked, but honestly, come on.
Yeah.
Well, it's tough to think what's going to happen.
And I think that it's, you make an interesting comparison where, you're missing it like I'm missing it. It's definitely on a very different level. And for me to cancel a bar gig is definitely very different than you canceling, a tour. But the passion is there. Yeah, the passion is still there, right? The passion is still there.
Exactly.
Yeah. I have a personal touring question or a personal concert question. It's something that I've always wanted to know from every artist that performs original material. Because sometimes I wonder, you play the same songs, let's say 10,000 times, right? For lack of a realistic number. When you're playing a song, do you ever go back to a moment in your head when you played it a particular time? Like, I'm always curious about that. It's like, when you start the song, is it like, oh, I remember when, is that a thing?
Oh, 100%. You remember when you first wrote it. You remember, I mean, you're a perfectionist as well. You remember the best performance you ever had of that particular song. You remember the best audience reaction you've ever had. You remember the first time a German audience sang it back with their accent and particular dialect back to you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
You always have those fantastic things in your head, and sometimes crazy things happen. I mean, without a lie, and I'm not, I'm spiritual, but I don't want to use the wrong words. Nonetheless, I remember one time playing a song, Save Me, and it was a bit transcendental, and I could literally see myself playing the drums over top of me playing the drum. It was really weird. And that was back in the day when we would go on for 25, 30 minutes on one song, and it would just, flow in and out of different sort of things. And,
yeah.
That was the most interesting thing that ever happened to me. But no, you most definitely do. Back to your question, absolutely. I mean, you think about the night before, where did I screw up there? Did I fuck that up?
Yeah.
No, that's okay. I hope these guys hit this at this particular time. I really want to push this like we did last night. Will they remember that? Because we don't play verbatim every night. We like to go off on tangents, and certain things that you end up liking, you're kind of hoping that they remember the same thing you're remembering because it was such a good vibe.
For sure.
That's the sort of thing. Yeah.
How important is it, to you that especially with the Tea Party is that you've had such a long personal friendship with these guys, not just because you've been in a band together, but there's a real friendship there. And because, the nature of being in a band is somewhat like a family, or somewhat like, they're again, not to get too esoteric on you, but there's a certain spiritual connection that happens between people that are playing music together. Do you think that the kind of music that you're playing together benefits more from the fact that you can draw upon that friendship rather than just be a bunch of studio guys that are assembled together to make some music?
Yeah, the term's been used a lot, but I do believe in musical telepathy, and I think that comes from not just playing together for so long, but being friends long before that, and know each other's idiosyncrasies, and know if someone goes into a show in a bad mood because the baby's crying at home and you just got off the phone with his wife, or what I mean. These things happen before shows, during shows, and you try to work and together, and it's like a machine. It's like a team. It's like a hockey team and a well played offensive,
Sure.
play. You have to execute, and you have to you have to rely on the nuances that keep that glue together, that allows you to go off on small tangents without ruining the song for the people who paid a lot of money to see you, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So.
You mentioned a hockey team, and it tied in so perfectly with this one comment. Joel Rosenthal says, "Hey Jeff, on a lighter note, Leafs or Red Wings?"
Joel is my good friend. I knew he would do this. Of course, it's the Red Wings. He's got fantastic seats. He takes me to a Toronto game every year to see my beloved Wings, and for a while there in the 90s, it was just funny because I'd go in and we'd crush him, and now it's flipped. So I'm buying him a lot more steak dinners than he's buying me.
Nice.
Put it that way.
Nice. I want to ask you a little bit. So this, when you said that you're going to be doing this or releasing this upcoming single, is this a new composition for you guys, or is it just something you're reissuing or redoing?
No, we did a cover
of
a song called Isolation, and that's all I could really tell you. It's benefiting those two charities, CMHA in Windsor and Conquer COVID-19. It's something we literally did off the cuff. Stuart came up with the idea maybe a month ago, and then we just each did our parts, and we've got an EP in the can that's currently being mixed between doing these extra parts for this song, and we're ready to go. I mean, what horrible timing. All of this stuff, I'm telling you, man.
For sure.
We're ready to go, album ready to, or EP ready to go, the single ready to drop for the summertime, and now everything is kind of on hold, and management's talking to the label, and Warner Brothers is like, we're not sure we should release it yet now because of all of this. And so we're doing this in the meantime. So we're gonna, Stuart Chatwood is talking to George Stroumboulopoulos tomorrow night. Across the country. That'll be really cool. George is a very nice guy, and we hope we can help the charities out a little bit.
Yeah. Well, where I was kind of going with that was that often when as artists, we're very emotional people. We're sometimes emotionally fragile, and we tend to absorb the environment, I think, that we're in at the time when we're writing. So do you find that there's a danger if given the kind of environment we're in right now, where it's very tense and scary and uncertain, do you find that affects the writing, or do you use the writing, or can you use the writing as a shield to block all that out and remain positive?
Yeah, so I was thinking to myself today, there's going to be a lot of Pink Floyd B-side lamentive tracks coming out in about a year because of everyone's stuck inside and these four walls are crumbling upon me, kind of thing. But our EP, it's just speaking from our side of things, we started writing this one in 16, so it has nothing to do with anything like this. Sure. As a matter of fact, the first single was quite upbeat. And we'll see what happens. It still could get released, but the single that's the cover that we did is really dancey. You can dance to it for real. For a Tea Party song, it's like, what? Not a Tea Party song, though. It's a cover, but
gotcha. Yeah. Well, as somebody who's heavily involved in the Pink Floyd music scene, I'll forgive you that one little comment there.
I said deep cuts, B-sides. Like, just, the walls are closed and in.
I have to ask you.
I'm sorry, buddy. I love your bands.
No, it's just because I'm a moody piano player, man. This is the mode I'm in. It's what I do. I want to ask you the same question that I've been asking kind of all the guests, because it's opened up a really lot of great insight and kind of introspection on the human condition and all that nonsensical psychobabble. But given the world that we lived in a few scant weeks ago, where we were unrestricted, we could do whatever we wanted, and everything was normal, what's the one thing that you miss the most from that time?
Friends. Face-to-face communication really is. That's been the toughest thing. I mean, I've got a great family. I can't imagine how difficult it must be for families with young children right now. Our boys are grown up, and they're fantastic. And my wife's one of the heroines who works on the front lines. So she's doing her thing, and very proud of her. But I miss just the face to face, and I'm not like, I'm not one of the types of people that go out and need to hang with someone for 3, 4, 5 hours, and the schedule needs to be
Sure.
booked. I enjoy being alone a little bit, but I do enjoy the friends that I have for 2, 3 hours at a time, twice a week sort of thing, all of that stuff. But there's ways and means to keep busy, and that's what we're doing.
Yeah, and I should have said, I was planning on it, and I can't believe I forgot to say this, but I should have said that we all should give her a hand for continuing to take care of people and making sure that and everybody in that profession, to make sure that people are continually taken care of.
All the frontliners, from
100
construction workers and nurses and people who are working in grocery stores and so on. It's a difficult thing.
Yeah.
And God bless them. I would be very, very anxious if I had to deal with that on a day-to-day basis at this time.
100%. The flip side of that question that I asked you, and I've now learned to break these up into 2 questions, because the answers tend to be so long that the people forget the second part of the question. Because now we've been forced into this kind of reclusion or isolationism, has there been something that, to your surprise, has brought you comfort or joy or peace?
Well, yeah, spending more family time, literally sitting down and eating dinners at a table like we always did when the kids were young. But the older the kids get, obviously, like they're men now, you just don't get that opportunity. But this evening, for instance, everyone was in the kitchen. Everyone was chopping veggies and stirring that sauce and so on. And I think, as a man who's been, raising kids with his wife for as long as we have and so on, it's nice to be able to capture that. I'm a real dad. I love kids like to death. I can't wait someday to have grandkids and so on. But it's really nice to be able to do that. It's nice to be able to curl up on the couch and watch a movie, or way late get into the Dexter series. So
I have yet to start it, so you're one step ahead of me.
Do it. It's pretty phenomenal, actually.
All right, good. And that's it's interesting, because that's been primarily everyone's common answer, is that this return to a time of togetherness with the people that are important to us is amazing.
Appreciate.
Yeah. It's that thing, you don't know what you got till it's gone, right? And then all of a sudden we have the opportunity to see it again. And especially for folks like yourself that are, have all these obligations and commitments outside of the family, suddenly now you're able to be part of that again. And it must feel really great. Yeah.
It does feel very good, actually, on that side of things.
Awesome. Yeah. I don't want to take up too much more of your time. I really want to thank you for doing this, and for being willing to lend your voice to this. And part of the reason that I wanted to start doing this was just to show people that human connection, the strength of that, right? To be able to look at your face and see your smile and hear your laugh and share stories and share memories, and admire your excellent dental work, and all that good stuff. I have two questions from the comments here that I want to pose out, and they're not really questions, but one was from Phil Charette. He says, "Ask for a SARS concert story, anything."
Oh, my favorite SARS concert story was, so we were invited to the SARS concert in, what was that, June, I think, of 2003. And that's right around when our manager at the time, who was working for Ray Daniels at SRO, he was in hospital dying of cancer, and he was only 38 at the time. And I felt horrible, obviously, but he was one of the men, aside from my mother and my father, but he was the man in my life close enough to my age that taught me that we should be giving back. We're in a fortunate position and so on. And he ended up being in hospital, and that's when I started to work heavily with transition to betterness. So I decided, after we were fortunate enough to get, they gathered all the bands, and 30 feet away from us, there was an A-frame ladder that had to be 20 feet tall, and there was a photographer on the top, and in walks Mick Keith, Charlie, in walks all the AC/DC guys, Malcolm, Angus, Bon, everybody, all the Rush guys. It's freaking me out. And we're in there in the picture. Bert Cummings, everybody. We're just all there. Jeff Healy, Sam Roberts band. It was amazing. Blue Rodeo. Anyway, met them all briefly at the photo, and then once every band was done their performance and they were coming back, so the stage was the stage to get back to the green room and dressing rooms. It was like a 300-meter hike. It was such a huge area, right? And they had these makeshift dressing rooms that we were all sequestered in. It was quite nice, actually. It looked more like a European festival than a Canadian one. But I put myself at the door of each one of those and talked to the drum techs of each of the band's drummers before they went on and said, look, I want to try to grab a pair of drumsticks from each of the drummers. And I held my first charity auction for the drumsticks, and whether it was the Toronto Star or one of the bigger Toronto newspapers, could have been National Post, they did a big story on what I did, because you get into the media scrum after the show, and they're asking you all of these questions, and then a guy asked me just out of the blue, what do you plan on doing today? How are you celebrating? And I said, I'm gathering these sticks for this charity I admire in my hometown. And I got Neil Peart signing his sticks for me, and everyone. I'm losing my mind. Phil, or not Phil Rudd at the time. Was it Phil? I think Phil was back with AC/DC. So I'm getting all of these sticks. I ended up making $5,000 or $6,000 online for T2B, just raffling off or auctioning off these sticks. So getting to be able to meet your heroes in that sense, and to be able to go to them. And I'm a kind of a shy guy when it comes to just saying hi and meeting people, and people don't think that because you're a drummer and but quite shy. But when it comes to charity, I don't care. So I had my charity cap on, and I was like, I'm going for it. I don't care. I'm asking these guys, give me your sticks.
Yeah.
It's going for charity. So that was the biggest, coolest thing, because I'm standing in front of Neil Peart chatting for 12 minutes. Felt like I was peeing my pants, because he's my pope of the most devout Christian, right? He was my guy. And yeah, that's the coolest story I got, other than, hanging out at the soundboard listening to AC/DC. That was pretty cool. And the Rolling Stones.
Well, I have to ask you, because, at that point, being involved in the festival from an entertainment side, you had to recognize that you were playing you were playing on the same stage as all these folks. But at one point, did you sit there when you're on that, in that photo, and you're thinking, what the hell am I doing here? How did this happen?
It was truly, truly amazing. The most existential moment occurred when the band was on stage, and we had headlined and done festivals of 45, 55, 75,000. And you're used to that, because when you're playing, it almost looks like a baseball diamond. It just kind of goes out like that, and everything's fine. Whereas when you're playing here, it was a sea of people, and I thought, well, it kind of looks the same. But then I'm looking to the left, and it's just another sea. It just didn't end. Yeah. It just kept going and going, and it sort of freaked me out. Like you're like, should I be playing harder? Can everybody hear me? It's just, everything happens in your head. You're not sure what's going on. Oh, I'm mic'd up. That's okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
It was pretty crazy. It was one of the most existential things that ever happened. And I'm hanging out with Jim Belushi on the train there and back.
As one does.
Yeah. Having drinks with Jim Belushi after a Rolling Stones concert, yucking it up.
A couple more things in here. Greg Alsner says, I'm just saying this because it's humorous. He says, ask Jeff how and why he got the radio DJ gig. Subtext, can he get you a job there too?
You'd be great on radio.
Did you just tell me I had a face for radio? Is that literally what you just said?
Hey man, my face is good for radio. Your face is good for radio. I went into radio because I really, the band took time off. We weren't getting along. It was like a marriage, and we had to take some time off. That was it. And, I had a family, I had kids, and the way it works in the Canadian music industry is, if you're smart about it, you don't spend the money that you're making, especially in the great years. Like there was some points where we were doing tours and being flown in private jets because we're doing a Canada Day celebration at noon in Ottawa. And then the Molson company is putting us on a private jet to fly us to the Edge Fest, to headline Edge Fest. And when money is going really, really well, I wasn't the guy who thought, screw that, I'm getting a Porsche. No, we invested that money. That's our pension. We don't have pensions. There's no pension plan. Actually, there's an American society of musicians that gives me a pension update annually, and right now I stand to make $64 a month for the rest of my life if I retire at 65.
You can live, in Bulgaria, you can live like a king on that, Jeff.
I live like a king in Cuba or Bulgaria.
That's
there
right,
you go. So that's what,
that's
I'm
what it is.
off topic, I think.
No, it's fine. Pat Power says, Jeff, you were one of the first influences that he had as a young drummer. At 13 or 14, he remembers spending a month trying to mimic your hi-hat dynamics on correspondences. It was the first time he realized there was more than 2 different positions with the foot, and that stayed with him his whole life. So he wants to thank you for that.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you.
And there's
I remember recording that. It's fantastic.
The chat is just it's inundated with people just thanking you for being such a warm and gentle and giving human being. And I know that's what makes it genuine, Jeff, is the fact that you just want to kind of wave it off. But it's an important thing to remember. That I've said it on the program virtually every show, and that is that all forms of matter take the path of least resistance, right? And it takes no effort to be decent, kind, and human. In fact, it takes extraordinary effort to act otherwise. So just take the path of least resistance and be a good dude.
Yeah.
Right?
It's a whole lot easier to smile than frown, right?
Absolutely.
Oh,
absolutely.
No, if you don't mind, what I do want to bring up is
absolutely.
something that you and AJ are helping us with at Blues Fest, and that's our Unity project. So Blues Fest, for anyone out there, and Chris is not only an amazing intellect, musician, and talent, and so on and so forth, he's also good with the videos and the editings. But anyway, Blues Fest is, if you want, please go to it's Blues Fest Windsor on Facebook. And of course, you can find us on Instagram, and you can also find us on Twitter. We're presenting these Unity, I guess they're called like front porch parties. And our first special guest is going to be Colin McDonald from the Trews. And he's an amazing talent. Again, a guy who sings from the heart, who does everything from the heart, like one of those amazing cats he's been playing since he was 7, and that sort of thing. So please, if you like, hit up our Facebook site. It's Blues Fest Windsor, and check out the Unity concerts. I think the first one it's a week from today, is it not, Chris? Saturday. Yes, it is.
That is my understanding, yes.
Yeah, so Chris has been working on this with our friend AJ, and they've put together this brilliant video that is going to correspond with what Colin is going to do live, and it's going to blow your mind because Colin is that good. So I can't wait for that. And then we're going to have many special guests coming in to do these types of front porch parties. So that was my brief Blues Fest announcement, because Carol and Rob Petroni are amazing humans, and they put their heart and soul into that as well. And I want to make sure that if you want to enjoy something as good as what Chris did tonight, performance-wise, then tune in and check out Colin.
I would say if you probably want to enjoy something far better than what I'm doing for the past little while, then you'll tune into that one.
It was great, man. Loved it tonight.
I appreciate it. Jeff, I want to thank you again so much from the bottom of my heart for being willing to lend your voice to the conversation. And I wish you and yours nothing but health, safety, and happiness. My friend Jim O'Neill here has been bugging me to say hello to you ever since we started talking.
He's a ripper, man. That guy can shred.
I know.
Jimbo.
See, he doesn't have the headphones on, so he just missed everything you just said about him. But that's okay. I'll tell you. Anyway, you were also kind enough to point out some YouTube footage of the Tea Party live in Australia, and I've got one of the tracks here that I'm going to queue up right after we're done with the interview. So thank you very much for that as well.
Yeah, man.
If you feel so inclined and are able, please put some links in the chat in terms of where people, like for Blues Fest, the Blues Fest Windsor Facebook page, and for anything that you're doing in terms of your charitable endeavors or your artistic endeavors or what have you. Please put the links in there so that people can check it out.
Amazing. Thanks, Bill.
Absolutely, and we'll talk to you soon. I appreciate it so much.
All right.
Take care.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks, Christopher.
We'll see you soon. Well, that was the outstandingly humble and amazing human being, Mr. Jeff Burrows. And I mean, what else do I need to say after that? I hope some folks stick around for the rest of the night. We got two more amazing guests to talk to. We got Mr. Jim O'Neill has just turned up in the studio for you ladies, and but right now we've got music from the Tea Party that we're going to play via a YouTube video. And thank you, everyone, for your kind words and your great suggestions and great comments while things are going on. Let's keep it going. Here's the Tea Party in Australia.
All right, so my friends, there's something that I need to get off my chest, okay? Because I feel that the Tea Party sort of missed the boat sometimes. Now, do you remember back in 1995? Cell phones were about this big, right? And there was no iTunes, there was no iPads, there was no fucking whatever. And there was certainly no ringtones back then. But could you imagine if back in 95, if there was ringtones, and we could have sold this? Here it comes, ready? You got a message? You gotta go to work? You gotta get up, like, you know, it just goes on and on and on, right? It'd be like ka-ching, 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 ka-ching. It just goes to prove, once again, that the Tea Party is way ahead of its time. Now, I wonder what song we're gonna play now. You stay silence, knowing always inside. See how this love stays divine. See how this love stays divine.
Well, there you go. There was a little bit of the Tea Party live in Australia, Fire in the Head. And I am joined in the studio now by the affable and handsome Mr. Jim O'Neill. We're gonna go with the social distancing cam here in a second, and let's just. I know he's got his own camera, ladies. Jim has his own camera now. Let's see here. Oh, look at that.
Check 2. There we go. Good. I didn't even see it right in front of me. Wow.
I know, right? Look at that, Jim.
What a idiot.
Idiot.
That was impressive, by the way.
What was impressive?
Jeff and his stories.
Of course it is, man. I mean, he's an awesome dude.
Agreed.
All righty. Well, I hope that some of you folks stick around for some music, and for the other interviews we're going to have, we're going to be talking with Shawn Vandenberg still in like 10 minutes. So Jim and I probably have time for one tune, one tune, and then we're gonna talk to Shawn, and then right after that, we have our final guest of the evening, Mr. Denis Bastarache. Speaking of guys who can shred. All right, what do you want to do there, young man?
Yeah. You pick. You know me.
Yes.
Whatever.
Okay.
I should prepare for that every time I come see you.
Yes, you should.
Well.
It's like you've had a week.
Yeah, exactly a week.
Yeah. All right. Well. What was that?
I don't know.
That was
Just fiddling around. Oh no. Oh, you're thinking of. What's that?
I was thinking of Fortunate Son.
Oh shit. Okay. Play it in G. What key do you play it in?
I don't know.
I used to play it in G. Good. Hey Chris, more of this. That wasn't right.
You'll get there. There you go.
C, right? Keep playing.
Sorry, I'm looking at words. Keep going. One more time.
We'll do high if you want. You do low.
Some folks fall.
Please play. You do it.
Ooh, that red, white, and blue. When the band plays hail to the cheers. Ooh, they point the can at you. Oh, it ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no setting the sun. No, it ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one. Some folks are born, silver spoon in hand. Lord, don't they help themselves, though. When the tax man comes through the door, oh, the house look like a rummage sale. It ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no millionaire son, no. It ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one, hey.
Is that D?
Some folks inherit star-spangled eye. Ooh, they send you down to war. When the band plays hail to the chill, well, we answer more, more, more. It ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no son of the sun, no. It ain't me, it ain't me.
fortunate one, yo. It ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one, no. It ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one, no. Nice. Oh. Nice, Chris. There you go. So fine, don't you agree? Again. Nice. On the fly, not bad.
Not bad at all.
I don't know how you picked that one up.
Woo! There we go. How about Blue Oyster Cult Godzilla? Oh boy, I don't know about that. I don't know it. That's the problem.
I think I've heard that one once.
I conversely have never heard it. So there we go. That's right out. In the words of Monty Python, that's right out.
See ya. Sorry, Ron. Wait, Teresa.
No, that was Teresa
It
Shepley.
moved
Yeah.
before I could say. Yeah.
Listen, I have one question for you, Mr. Jim O'Neill. How is it that there's less of you in the camera and yet you're still a more compelling figure?
I mean, oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh, shut up, Chris. Look at you. You empower that baby.
That's right.
That's a new shirt, by the way, isn't it? I haven't seen that one yet.
No, it's new to you, but
You got so many shirts.
I do, yeah.
I like it though. Where do you find these fucking shirts? Oh, can I swear? Am I
it's
allowed?
a little late now.
Well,
isn't
no,
it?
I'm
Yeah.
just making sure.
Jeff did it. Jeff dropped it up.
Good. I feel better now.
All right. Well, let's do one more real quick, and then we'll go over to our next guest, Mr. Shawn Vandenberg.
Yeah, I've had a demanding night.
Yeah, God, you need to take a break there, sir.
Deserve a break.
Okay, so you pick one more that you can play
Nah, you
some
pick
good
it.
some good guitar on.
Dude, you pick it. I kind of picked that one, sort of, not really.
Fine,
well.
The Entertainer.
Oh, nice. You fucking love that song, don't you?
I do. I absolutely love it. I do love it, even though I can't play the part properly.
Whatever. You play good.
All right. I just don't even think we do it. Maybe I'll do it like. I'll do it with a whistle instead.
All right. Yeah. What the hell? Ready?
Yep.
That works.
I'm the entertainer. I know just where I stand. Now the serenader and another long-haired band. Oh, today I am your champion. May you won your hearts, but I know the game. You'll forget the name, and I won't be here in another year if I don't stay on the charts. I am the entertainer. I had to pay my price. Things I did not know at first, I learned by doing twice. Oh, but still they come to haunt me. Still they want their say. So I learned to dance with a hand in my pants and I let them run my neck and ride on my check and they go their merry way. I am the entertainer. I've been all around the world. I've played all kinds of palaces, dated all kinds of girls. Oh, I can't remember faces, don't remember names. Ah, but what the hell, you know it's just as well. Cause after a while and 1,000 miles, it all becomes the same.
There you go. Nice. Hey, that works.
I am the entertainer. I bring to you my songs. I'd like to spend a day or two, but I can't stay that long. No, I got to lead expenses. Got to stay in line, got to get those fees to the agencies, and I'd love to stay, but there's bills to pay, so I just don't have the time. I am the entertainer, come to do my show. You heard my latest record, it's been on the radio. 3 years to write it, were the best years of my life. It was a beautiful song, but it ran too long. If you're gonna have a hit, you gotta make it fit, so they cut it down to 305. I am the entertainer, the idol of my age. I make all kinds of money when I go on the stage. You see me in the papers, I've been in the magazines, but if I go cold, I won't get sold. I'll get put in the back in the discount rack like another can of beans. I am the entertainer, and I know just where I stand. Another serenader and another long hair band. Oh, today I am your champion. I may have won your hearts, but I know the game, you'll forget the name, and I won't be here in another year if I don't stay on the charts.
Ready? One more. We forgot that part of the bridge, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
That's okay.
Sorry.
There's so many things that we could say sorry for with that song.
Well,
but
we're getting better at it, sort of.
we sure are. We sure are. All right. Well, I'm going to get our next guest on the line.
I'm going to have a smoke.
You deserve one. You've worked very hard, Jim. Oh, boy.
I'll see you in a bit, everybody.
All righty. So let me get our next guest on the horn here, and let me flip back over to this view here. Oh, it's so much fun when you're playing with somebody else. It's like there's so much less effort for me. It's great. Oh, man. Okay, let's see here. So the next fellow that I'm going to talk to, Mr. Shawn Vandenberg, he has a production company, and it's one of those things in the entertainment industry that's been hit extremely hard by what's happening. So I want to chat with him a little bit about that and find out what his experience has been. I've got him on the line. I don't have him live yet. I'm just going to ask him to flip his phone sideways if possible, and I'm going to take him away from the pants cam here and put him on the regular cam. Let's see if we can get it to go wide. It's gone dark. Dark is sort of wide. Dark is the new wide. Orange is the new black. Oh, there we go. It's locked in portrait mode, but that's fine. Portrait mode works for me. If it works for him, it works for me. I'm good with it. Let me flip over here, and we will get him live. Mr. Shawn, how are you, sir?
Not bad, not bad. Can you hear me?
I sure can. I can hear you just fine.
Beautiful. It's a nice iPhone 5, so I wasn't expecting it.
Fantastic. It's all good, man. First, let me say thank you very much for being willing to be part of this. And I want to know, are you and people everybody okay, happy, healthy? Everything's okay?
So far, so good. Yeah, just some allergies, but it's definitely just the allergies. So dealing with that, but we're all good here in Chatham. You?
Good. Sorry, I just noticed I have a typo in your title card that I'm trying to fix. The thing is here, I'm a one-man show here, so I'm like the host, the talent booker, the compositor, the video switcher, the titler, So I have not enough heads for as many hats as I need to wear, unfortunately. But I want to talk to you a little bit about your production business and what. Kind of tell people what it is that you do, because maybe not everybody knows what it means to be in a production type of environment. So to kind of tell people what that's all about.
So yeah, I've been doing a couple years now, just bringing some touring bands to town. So what I do is try to pay attention to what's going on what people are listening to, what bands are coming through town, and then just kind of reach out to their agents, make that relationship with them to just keep track of the tours and when dates are coming through. So a lot of it's just mainly paying attention to what's going on right now, building those key relationships with the right agents, staying on top of things, being professional. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting things. You got to then, once you book the show, you got to promote it. You have your Facebook ads and all of that fun stuff, posters. Um, yeah, the list goes on. You know what it's all about.
Well, I know what some of it's about, and certainly, as professional as I try to be, most often it comes off as amateurish. So I can totally appreciate what you had to go through. What kind of led you to this path? Like what made you decide one day that this is something that I really want to do?
Well, actually, growing up as a kid, I always wanted to do it, but life just kind of took me down a different pathway. So I ended up working at the Royal Bank, doing some loans and investments and stuff like that. And I had my little wake up moment where I didn't want that to be the rest of my life. I was kind of finding myself waiting for them to get robbed just to go home, kind of thing. So I thought I better start thinking about something else to do. I got into personal training actually at that time, but I found myself listening to more of what was going on at the radio than dealing with the clients, kind of thing. So it was always more about the music than everything. So just piecing it all together, I was actually at Refined Fitness at the time, and one of the girls, I always forget her name, but God bless her because she helped me out a lot. I was asking her what music venues were around in Windsor because I was brand new to the city. I didn't have any friends or anything like that, and at the time she had mentioned Tom Lucier, so I went and talked to him, and at that time not much had come out of it, but about a few weeks later he had mentioned the Rondo opening up and how he was doing that. So I just went and kind of volunteered, not knowing anybody, helping them build it and doing whatever I could. First day, I got glass in my foot because I wore flip-flops there, so I wasn't quite prepared, but nonetheless, I showed up, put in my hours, slowly got into just working the door, doing all the stupid stuff that you just do because you want to be involved, and eventually Tom asked me to help him start booking shows, and the first one, it just clicked that that's what I want to be doing is booking shows. We did Great Lake Swimmers together at the Walkerville Theater, and it was awesome. So yeah, as soon as that happened, I knew that's what I wanted to do. So thanks to Tom for opening up that door, for giving me the shot at that, for sure.
Well, Tom is one of those awesome, benevolent human beings that seem to be so prevalent to our area for some bizarre reason. I've dealt a few times in my past with doing things where I've tried to foster some kind of interest in the arts community or foster some kind of connections between artists. I've started a couple of online radio stations and online communities and things like that. And I always found, for some weird reason, especially in this area, it was very difficult to get artists to get involved in themselves. It's kind of like the number one thing I heard from artists was, why is nobody helping me? And then we come out and we say, hey, we're here to help you. And then like crickets. So I don't understand. And somebody once told me that there's a fear here. There's a real fear that the artists are going to get taken advantage of or get ripped off somehow. And I'm wondering if you have any experience to speak to that kind of a feeling, and how do you get around that? How do you get the artists to trust that you're acting in their best interest?
Well, at least with what I do, I try to always as soon as I get a bigger named band through town, it's immediately I try to think of the best local band to put in front of them. So my angle personally is, okay, here's your chance to make some contacts with a band that's touring around North America, around the world. I will pay you. You're not going to leave the show without getting paid, even if that means me losing money, because it happens pretty much every show. That's the name of the game so far, and that's fine. That's how a business grows, so I'm not too worried about that. But yeah, it's just giving them that hope that there is more out there. You got to put in your time. Not everybody gets to play in front of a stadium right away, but if you make the connections, you never know. And who wants to play in front of a stadium? I don't think I would.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Jeff that question so badly about that whole feeling of disconnection, with that spawned that whole Pink Floyd Wall album, right? Was that when you're playing in front of that sea of people, how do you possibly maintain a human connection, right? How do you maintain that
Yeah.
relationship with the audience? Got a couple of questions already in the comments here that I want to ask you. Corey McCrindle from Kenora says, "What's the weirdest contract writer item you've seen?"
Weirdest contract writer item.
Yeah, like the no brown M&Ms.
Oh, come on. What was it? I've had. Oh, sorry. Can you still hear me and everything?
I can hear you, but I can't see you. I think we shut the video off somehow.
No, that was probably my phone. It fell.
But we can continue with audio until we get the video back. It's okay.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah. Okay.
So, what was the question again? Oh, the
weirdest contract writer. Yeah.
I have had batteries requested. I've had, depending on the day of the week, the meals. So if it was a Thursday, they wanted vegetarian. If it was a Friday, it was something else. I've had pantyhose requested. There's a few roses, I believe. I've had flowers requested. Yeah, that's some weird ones.
Yeah, but no brown M&Ms.
You work with them. Sometimes I give them the fun ones just because it's fun. But that's another thing. I learned really quickly. Their rider is definitely their wish list. It's not a real thing.
Oh, really? So it's not necessarily something that has to
You
absolutely.
can work with them. You can just sit there and say, "Hey, I've got a budget. Let's be realistic here."
Sure,
So,
sure.
yeah.
Now, speaking of budget, I did a stint for a little while, and Jackie Cataret, who I know is watching right now, she's involved with Windsor Folk, and we were responsible for bringing in some mid-level talent, and I know what kind of headache it can be to deal with those kind of contract negotiations and budgets. But along those lines, Joe Tessier in the comments asks, what are some of the big bands that you got here? So yeah, can you list off some of your greatest hits, I guess, for us in the area?
Yeah, so there was Great Lakes Swimmers. I don't know if you know who that is. They're more like an indie folk. Plants and Animals, which was pretty cool. Washed Out, I don't know if you know that, but they're like a chill wave kind of thing. If you've ever heard of the show of Portlandia, he does the theme song for that.
Okay.
Broken Social Scene, that was a big one. I have Damo Suzuki coming up, but that keeps getting delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed. You know how that's going.
Yeah.
Holy Waves coming up top. So it's definitely much more of an indie scene for sure. So yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Not going to be like anything on the radio per se. I guess Broken Social Scene, but.
So what do you what do you find right now is the biggest challenge for you in trying to maintain a production schedule, because everything at this point is either on hold or being canceled, and oftentimes when you're bringing in people from out of town, let's say, there's other considerations there like logistics and hospitality and food and lodging and things like that. So how does something like this throw off your production schedule? Is it everything just totally derailed at this point?
Oh yeah, like basically everything is now kind of starting to get pushed out at least 6 months. So for instance, my stuff that I had booked for this month is now probably going to be September. Then we'll deal with whatever happens come September. I had Airbnb rented for one show that I had to cancel, that kind of thing. One moved exactly to the day a year out. So yeah, everything's just kind of getting moved, I guess.
Yeah.
So it's frustrating to deal with, but it's pretty smooth. Like, it's not that bad as far as that goes. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not ideal. But...
Yeah, of course. Now, one of the things that we were talking about with one of our other guests was this concept that, once this is over or beginning to look like it's over and everybody's getting the green light that, let's say, a month or two from now, we're going to be able to, move forward with these shows that we want. Is there some kind of an apprehension there in the sense that there's going to be so many people trying to get access to the same resources, to book the same centers, to book the same planes and trains, and to book the same hotels? Is that going to feel like it's this overwhelming, everybody wants some of the same piece of the pie?
I don't know about with what I do. It might be on like a bigger scale for sure, but I'm actually kind of oddly optimistic that it could actually bring more things to Windsor as far as the indie scene goes. So yeah, I'm excited that it's actually going to open a lot more doors, because it's going to take time to get to those like to the bigger shows. So like the first capacity that's going to open up is going to be like your 50 people, 100
Sure.
people, 250.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we can actually gain a bigger crowd per se. But I think I think once those bigger tours start going, yeah, you're going to see a lot of things like, yeah, how do you try to like get all of these shows now back in after you've lost a year
Yeah.
or
But
whatever, however long it goes, like, you know what I mean? But the talk of it is like stadium shows are going to be about a year. So
yeah, and that's also not counting the crowd apprehension, right? Because somebody else was
right, yeah.
pointing out, like, are we going to feel comfortable gathering in groups of 25,000 at a
Or
time?
are they
right?
going to like have something where it's seated and every other
Yeah.
seat is not like, you know what I mean? Because you see that happening in restaurants and stuff.
Sure,
In
and
the
then
States already. So
and then are the promoters going to be able to be comfortable, and the artists and the management going to be comfortable with taking a
with the
50%
money.
reduction? Because you can only fit
Well,
in.
I was just about to say, I have a show coming up that whenever this does, whenever this does clear up, that I needed the exact max capacity to break even on it. So if they change the capacity at all, that's definitely going to be a loss. But that's the gamble, right? So,
Yeah, for sure.
yeah.
A little while ago, iHeartRadio had this thing where they did the living room concert across America, and you saw people like Elton John and
Yeah.
Billy Joe Armstrong and Lady Gaga and folks like this. You saw them being filmed just on their cell phones, and very little production elements added into it. Do you think that kind of legitimizes a little more the smaller acts and the indie acts by saying, look, we've been, we're on the same level as everybody else now? Essentially, when you get down to it, we're all just the same. Do you think that
We're all, yeah.
Yeah, do you
I
think
think 100%. Actually, it was kind of funny that you mentioned that because I was thinking that last night when I was watching Jimmy Fallon, and just watching him now having to do this in his living room with his kids coming in the room, yada yada yada. And it makes these people kind of back. Everybody's on the same level. We're all human now.
Yeah, I mean it's funny because I watched on Facebook, there was this thing where Conan O'Brien came on and said, "Oh, let me show you what it takes to produce a TV show at my house." And I'm like, "Dude, I'm producing a 5-hour show every day by myself." So
Yours is better than theirs was last night as far as quality goes, and that was Jimmy Fallon.
Oh wow! Hey, okay, I'll take it.
But I mean,
I'll
it was
take
kind of neat, right? Like you could hear he was outside, you could hear the wind coming. He was interviewing the Jonas Brothers, and they were like in their pajamas, kind of thing. It was just fun.
And I'm sure a lot of that is done on purpose to try to undersell the production, right? Like they purposely take the lipstick off the pig so that you can just see the pig, right?
Which is nice, though, actually, right? It brings everybody on the same.
Absolutely. The other question that kind of goes hand in hand with that is that, let's say that because the logistics of mounting a larger stadium show or a larger, a more generally well-known or popular group, because launching those shows may take a back seat, is that going to create more opportunity for the indie guys to get more shows in a year and maybe to a larger audience because people are going to be kind of starving for entertainment?
That's definitely what I think is going to happen. That's why I'm kind of already getting on the ball with reaching out to agents and kind of having that conversation, saying like, hey, we're going to be the ones that are going to be starting up first. Even with a lot of Canadian bands, I find that might usually play Detroit, I'm trying to reach out and say, we might not be able to cross the border right away. How about Windsor? So I definitely think it can open up a lot with the indie scene. I'm pretty excited about it, actually. I mean, silver lining and all of this garbage.
Yeah, of course. Well, but this is the exact time when we need to find those silver linings, right?
Exactly.
That's
definitely something to look forward to.
Yeah, that's the old hope springs eternal adage, right?
Yep.
And how about things like this? Like right now, I'm seeing so many of my friends that are musicians and friends of their friends and their friends of their friends that are now turning to the virtual concert idea, right? Where we're kind of streaming out to people. Do you see that becoming or gaining any traction now that the physical venues aren't accessible anymore?
I'm on the fence with that. Like, I like the idea of having it as an added feature, but I think we all know that being there in person is just much better experience. So I'm hoping that people will start tuning into these live feeds and saying, hey man, when all this lifts, I should actually get out there in person and check it out. But I think it would be kind of cool to add both of them into it. So like you have a live feed for one of your bigger shows for people that maybe can't make it or whatever. Like, you know what I
Sure.
mean? So yeah, that kind of intertwine the two would be pretty interesting. But I really hope live music itself doesn't go away.
You know what, I think I'm in 100% agree with you. I don't think it will. What I think you'll definitely see is you'll see a maturation of this technology, right? And you'll
Definitely,
see
definitely.
you'll
And I
see
think
that,
you might as well take advantage of it, right?
for sure. And you can actually start to sell pay-per-view tickets to events for
Yeah.
people like that are outside of the attendance area, right?
100%.
Why
yeah.
not, right? It's because we now live in that age of easily accessible technology, and things like large pipes of internet to the house are a real thing now, right? Anyway, I want to ask you the same couple questions I've been asking everybody, because you know it's in as much as this is sort of an interview, but it's also just a friendly chat, right? Because we're all just folks trying to get by. What are the things that you're doing right now to kind of occupy your mind and not go crazy with cabin fever? Because you know I'm sure there are folks out there that are really struggling with something to
For
get them through the
sure.
day. So
I'm lucky. I'm one of those people that, thank God, I'm from Chatham. So other than work, it's not much different. But no, like I mean, I honestly I do miss getting out. Like I go for my walks. I'll go for a quick car ride. I definitely do everything I can to not be that guy that's out around people unless I have to. Listening to a lot of music, catch up on some cable TV reruns, getting really into Matlock and Diagnosis Murder. And all
Murder
that
She
crap.
Wrote. There you go. Yeah.
Listening to a bunch of music, like I said. I do a lot of Facebook scrolling, trying to. Today was fun because there's a guy trying to organize a protest in London, so it was fun trying to talk him out of it politely.
Right. Yeah.
Politely, I say that sarcastically.
Yeah. No,
but
I'm
yeah, you know what I mean.
I'm on
So
board.
that kind of stuff, trying to learn, trying to grow, reading some books online and things like that.
I want to
Just
tell you.
relaxing, making the most of it.
I want to tell you not to feel too badly about the Diagnosis Murder thing. I've been binging The Love
Great
Boat
show.
for the last 2 weeks, so no one has it worse than I do right now. Okay. I wonder if you can, and you don't need to give me names, you know, because I don't want to get anybody, you know, I don't want you to be all of a sudden have people mad at you, but under the guise of anonymity, what is the worst show that you've ever had to produce, and what was the best?
Oh. You know what? It's so hard because I would have to say the name because it's there. It's one. I'll do the initials. The initials are BSS. Read into that what you will.
Okay.
Best show ever at the same time as being the worst show ever because of all the behind the scenes stuff. It just, nothing was working. The internet wasn't working. The sound guy wasn't there. Their manager hated everybody, but yet the band loved it. And it ended up being the fact that I wrote a letter to the band is what got them to even play the show. So yeah, it was a combination of being like the best night, but the most stressful night because of everything.
Sure.
Everything that could have went wrong went wrong. And really, honest to God, none of it was my fault, which made it even worse. But that's why I'm not going to get too detailed into
Sure.
it.
Sure. Yeah. And no, I don't want anybody to get flamed over it.
I had another show where the guy was very much a rock and roll star, so he expected to walk into like playing for what he played for back in the 90s, but it was now 2017, I guess. So yeah, things changed for him, but he wasn't ready for that. So
yeah. What is for you the biggest challenge or hurdle that you have to overcome when you're approaching, you know, starting a new production with somebody?
Detroit.
In the sense of proximity?
In the sense of all these bands always want to play Detroit in the sense instead of Windsor. So yeah, trying to really get these agents to say maybe the next time through town can you try Windsor, and like yeah, just really trying to work on that. You have two markets within a river of each other that you could tap into. So that trying to get them to recognize that. But man, did they love to choose Detroit. I lose a show at least once a week to Detroit. So
well,
it is what it is.
But because that's the thing. It's Detroit Rock City, not Windsor Rock
Right.
City,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you understand it, so.
Yeah, but
That's my goal, is to kind of like build up both sides, so it's kind of the same things happening on both sides, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, what's interesting though is that it used to be very much the opposite, in the sense that in the 70s you would have all these big name acts that would come and do shows in Detroit, and they would sneak across the river, and you'd find them at little clubs in Windsor.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know?
That'd be the,
Like just crazy stuff. I remember there was one time where at least 2 of the members from Pink Floyd showed up in a club in Windsor.
oh, that'd be awesome. I never
Right?
heard of that.
Yeah.
I knew Nirvana played a show. I'd heard of that.
Yeah, crazy stuff. So
Yeah.
in terms of when you talk about agents, so I'm in a group, and we're starting to consider recording some original material, and maybe
Ooh, right on.
maybe we want to start playing out and things like that. And my biggest thing that I've always had an issue with in this area is that there doesn't appear to be any kind of talent agency or management agency that is willing or able to assist me in finding gigs. Is there some resource out there in this area like that, or is Windsor kind of dropped into the chasm of fend for yourself for the musicians?
I think the latter is probably more accurate at this time. I do think there's some smaller things going on, but I don't know if there's an actual talent agency booking. Like, I know there's, your smaller record labels, your places to record, but yeah, no, I don't think there actually is an agency out of Windsor. You got a lot in Toronto, so you basically have to start making connections into Toronto.
Yeah, which is then weird though, because you've got it's like when the Toronto people come in and buy all the radio stations and the media, right, in the newspapers, that they have no idea what actually happens here locally, and they're just concerned with with what goes on in their own markets. It's frustrating.
That's a struggle, even as a promoter in Windsor, is trying to get them to realize that what you expect out of Toronto is not what you're going to get in Windsor.
Yeah. So Joe Tessier comes in with another comment. And I want to read this out and make maybe soften it a little bit. I'm not sure when he says, how do you do that, what that was in reference to, but he says, guys like Ted Boomer tried, but live music in Windsor has died. And I think it's important to recognize that live music everywhere has suffered. It's not just in Windsor. Yeah. And it's got, in my opinion, it's got to do with a few different things. It's got to do with the fact that the wealth of entertainment that people have available to them at home.
You don't have to get off the couch anymore.
Sure, you've got surround sound and 80-inch televisions with all the concerts and TV and movies you ever wanted. Secondly, you're no longer allowed to smoke in the bars, which, as a performer, I'm all for that ruling, because I can remember walking out of the bar and having to undress outside and be hosed down at the end of a gig at the Coach and Horses. But
I remember those days.
Yeah, from a social aspect, it's very difficult. Thirdly, you have the absolute crackdown on drinking and driving, which again is a positive thing. However, people are less likely to go out to places that serve alcohol if they're scared of getting pinched when they come home from a night of partying. Now, and the biggest thing to me has been the rollover into electronic music in the sense of DJs, because when I first started in this business, I had to audition to get in to play at a club, right? I would play a night for free, and they would audition me, and then they would say, okay, your band's good enough, come on back, we're going to pay you X number of dollars. That was around the first year that I started in this business. After that process went away, and anybody that wanted to play could play. And I'm talking about, this was like the C-list bars, right? So this was like the Coach and Horses and, the Press Club and things like that. The good news is that anybody and everybody could play. The bad news is that anybody and everybody could play. So what you had were bands that just weren't ready yet. That nothing against them as individuals, and certainly nothing against this on their ability as musicians, but they just weren't ready yet. And so you would have these groups going and showing up, and they would play music that was inappropriate to the club that they were in, because that's a part of it. You have to realize the club that you're going into and play to the crowd. They would drive away all of the clientele. At the end of the night, they'd walk up, hat in hand to the manager and say, "Where's my money?" Well, bars started to get into this mindset of, well, I can pay a band $800
Jeez,
for the
that's
night
nice.
with no idea of what's going to happen, or I can pay a DJ $200 for the night.
Yeah, and guaranteed that people
guaranteed you're going to play top 40 music and people are going to dance and so on and so forth. So I think
yeah.
I think, and I'm sorry, I'm talking over your
Oh no, no,
talking
no.
over your
Yeah, no, you're fine.
yeah, I'm talking over your
Just,
points
you know,
here, but you know, in my opinion, I think that has a lot more to do with why the live music scene has suffered. It's not necessarily that, you know, people are really down on the Windsor live music thing, but I think you'll find that it's also kind of a prevalent thing elsewhere. We're also in a really weird place because, like you said, we've got Detroit immediately to our north and we've got London immediately to our other north. And the thing is that London's got 500,000 people and Detroit has 5 million people, and it's you can't expect the same level of commitment and support for any kind of art, whether it's live music or painting or sculpture or poetry readings or book readings or dance. You know, it's, look at what happens with attendance at the symphony even. You know, these are the things that are really larger than the conversation of simply somebody needs to step up and do something.
But I'm interested to see what isolating for a few months is going to do as far as getting people to start going back out again. Like maybe not right away, but once they feel safe, maybe people are going to start realizing that they need to be around people more and not just sitting in front of Netflix or watching the surround sound concert.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I think that we are probably going to have a period of time after which that social anxiety kind of goes away about being in a group of more than 20 people at a time.
Yeah.
But
Which
yeah,
is a perfect live show.
yeah, we're going to go, you know, we're going to be going kind of ape shit and out of our heads to go and hang around with people and do all that kind of thing.
So then it's our job to captivate them at that time. So
yeah, absolutely. Actually, that's very well said. You know, people need to understand too that sometimes, you know, being a musician is more than just learning a bunch of songs. It's about putting on a production and a show, right? People are there to be entertained, so you must entertain them. Anyway, enough preaching, because what do I know? I'm sitting here doing a web stream from my studio, so.
Probably no pants on.
Well, you saw the pants cam. There are pants, but they're not dress pants. So Shawn, I really want to thank you for being a part of this. It means.
Well, thanks for having me. Actually, I took a nap before, so I was energized.
Oh, good. I did not take a nap, so I'm very tired right now. But I hope that's not showing through. I do want to ask you the one question that I've been asking most of the guests, and because we already kind of talked a little bit about what it was that you miss from before, but has there been something that, because you're forced to be in this isolation, you're forced to be kind of a recluse right now, has there been anything that, to your surprise, you found comfort in?
Yeah, actually, it's kind of nice just realizing that, like, we can all kind of just take a step back and relax for a little bit, that there is hope that even the earth, like, look at how well the earth has rebounded, even just with the pollution and everything. So it gives us some hope that, like, there's things we can learn from the downtime. So that's kind of how I've kept positive through it, that if we just make it through and kind of apply the lessons properly, that we should be good.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, one of the things that we've found as a common thread running through this whole thing is that there is more of a benevolence coming back, and there is more of kind of an understanding of our relationship with the natural world, right? And I think it's interestingly good.
Yeah, the way I see it is, like, the people fighting what we're doing right now are far outnumbered by the people that are behind what we're doing right now. So
Agreed.
yeah.
And I think the other thing that's important to note is when you said the thing about the environmental impact, right? I think that one of the extremely positive things that's going to happen is the fact that before, the concept of, you know, the environment and the damage to the environment, from whether or not you agree it's a man-made problem or not, or that man
Right.
can contribute anything or not, we have now seen that there have been definite positives to the reduction in our commercialism. And so
Yeah, you really can't argue it anymore.
right, but maybe it gives us now an actual understanding, right? Because before,
Right, yeah, exactly.
yeah, before it was just a
Yeah.
concept, but now we can actually look to it and say, oh yeah, there's demonstrable proof that this is a thing. So I understand that we're going to have to kickstart the global economy, and that's going to raise a whole bunch of things back up. But I mean,
Oh, yeah.
hopefully we learn.
The clouds will come back again.
Yeah,
but
hopefully we
maybe
learn.
not as thick.
Exactly. Hopefully we learn from the lessons, and we kind of move forward positively together, because we've seen that everybody's being positive and together.
I think another thing I learned too is a few years ago, like I simplified my life instead of trying to chase after like way more than I really wanted. So it's not hitting me as hard because I've simplified my life. So I'm kind of appreciative of that. It's reminding me of that I did the right thing by not needing a brand new car, not needing this, not needing that. I mean, I'm kind of a little bummed out. I'm supposed to be moving back to Windsor May 1st, and that's not going to be happening, but it'll happen soon enough. So
Yeah. Well, again, I want to thank you so much, and it was a great conversation, and I hope that,
thanks for having me. Anytime.
yeah, I hope that our paths cross when we can actually reach out and have a handshake and have.
Yeah, I feel like this is the first time I think we've talked in person. So there we go. That was
Yeah,
fun.
even not in person. I mean, I have a little glowing picture of you that glows harder every time every time you say
Watch how
something.
you say that.
Yeah, so when we do meet in person, you're gonna have to arrange some kind of light, some kind of backlight. So every time you talk, just hit the backlight, so we'll get the same experience. Shawn, thank you so much, and to you and everybody that I hope you stay safe and healthy, and we'll see you soon.
You're well. Have a good night, dude. Stay safe.
Okay, man. Take care.
Bye.
Well, there we had a wonderful audio-only conversation with Shawn. That was cool. I hope you guys stuck it out with that. It was pretty neat to see his picture glow every time he talked. That was pretty neat. The next guest on the program coming up in just a little bit will be Denis Bastarache, and I just want to play one tune that he sent in, because this is part of what I'd love for people to do all over the world. If we got people in Australia that are still watching, please do this. Just record yourselves on your phone doing a performance. Read some poetry, read your favorite passage of a book, do an interpretive dance. If you play an instrument, play something. If you play and sing, play and sing. I mean, half of what we're doing here is just sharing everybody's talent with the world. So this next fellow that you're going to see in this video, he will be the next guest, and then Jim and I are going to get tooled up to do some more music for you as well. So thanks for sticking around. We'll see you right after this.
Looking back on the memories of the dance we shared, the stars above. For a moment, all the world was right. How was I to know that you'd ever say goodbye? And now I'm glad I didn't know the way it all would end, the way it all would go. Our lives are better left a chance. I could have missed the pain, I'd have had to miss the dance. Holding you, I held everything. For a moment, wasn't I king? If I'd only known how the king would fall, then who's to say I'd ever dance at all. And now I'm glad I didn't know the way it all would end, the way it all would go. Our lives are better left a chance. I could have missed the pain, I'd have had to miss the dance. It's my life, better left a chance. I could have missed the pain, I'd have had to miss the dance. The dance.
Well, there we had Mr. Denis Bastarache, and he will be on the program in about 20 minutes' time. But until then, we have the lovely bon vivant Jim O'Neill here on the side-by-side isolation cam. There we go. Look at that handsome devil.
Bon vivant, eh? I don't
Yes.
speak freaky deaky Dutch.
Oh, dear. All right. Well, if there's anything that you guys want to hear, please make a comment just like you're doing on the video, and we see that, and we can kind of play something for you. I've had some really weird requests. I've done an all acoustic piano version of Dogs from Pink Floyd's Animals
nice.
album.
Oh, wow.
I've done an acoustic rendition of Have a Cigar. It's been a very weird ride, and I love it.
Want to try that one, or do you want to play the one we just mentioned?
No.
We're doing both.
What was the one we just mentioned?
Fogarty. We're doing both, though.
Oh,
Play your version of Have a Cigar. Let's hear that.
no. We'll do that after.
Okay.
Yeah. I've done Welcome to the Machine.
Let's play that one. Let's do that one.
It's been good. Yeah, you want to do
let's try it. Yeah,
Okay.
I've never done it before, actually.
Okay. Well, I do it the Roger Waters way, and we're definitely gonna have a beat for it. So hang on one
I
second.
don't think I
Let me
know
do
that
it.
one, actually. Is it similar?
It's the same. It's just
Okay.
the beat's a little bit different. Oh, Tech 2674 says Have a Cigar. Well, we will do Have a Cigar as well at some point, but let's start with this one here. So hang on a second. Let me get the beat going.
You do the low part, I assume? Oh, it's an opera C, the C, right?
Welcome, my soul. Welcome to the machine. Where have you been? It's alright, we know where you've been.
Okay, it's good, though.
Beating the pipeline, feeling the time. Fighting with toys, scanning for boys. Bought a guitar to punish your mom.
Nice, Chris.
Oh, we're gonna do it.
That's nice, buddy. That's good. Oh, yeah.
Welcome, my soul. Welcome to the machine. What did you dream? It's alright, I told you what to dream. Dreamed of a big star. Played a mean guitar. You always ain't stayed far. Love driving this Jaguar. So welcome to the machine. So welcome to the machine.
Oh, beautiful.
Welcome, my soul. Welcome to the machine.
Beautiful.
Not bad, eh?
Beautiful.
Not bad for a couple of non-Pink Floyd guys. There we go. That was a rockin' rendition. realized-
Those keys sound sweet, buddy.
Yeah, I couldn't flip over to the synth fast enough because I want to do the
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
yeah. Oh well,
Fucking loser.
I know. Next time, jerk.
What a piece of shit. Let's still have a cigar then. Fuck it.
Okay, well here's the thing though: is that when I
some
do have
requests
it,
for it.
when I do have a cigar,
Yeah.
I do it in a way different way.
Sure, let's hear it.
Okay, all right. Because the thing is, like, I can't do a beat or anything to that song because it's got weird timing in it. All right, we'll try it.
Oh, it's really ambient.
You're never gonna die, you're gonna make it if you try, they're gonna love you. Always had a deep respect, and I mean that most sincerely. Band is just fantastic, that is really what I think. Oh, and by the way, which one's me? Do we tell you the name of the game? We call it right in the grave of train. Everybody else is just green. Haven't just seen the charts. It's a hell of a start. It could be made into a monster if we all pull together as a team. We're just knocked out. We heard about the sellout. You gotta get an album out, you owe it to the people. We're so happy we can hardly count. Do we tell you the name of the game, boy? We call it right in the gravy train.
Really jazzy, kind of like a.
Yeah,
I like it.
kind of like I'm a moody bastard. I'm a moody bastard. Oh, so many nice comments in the chat. So nice, so very nice. I like when people are nice. All right, more
Yeah.
requests.
We have time. When's your next guy coming up?
6 minutes.
6 minutes. All right.
6 minutes.
6 minute abs.
Oh, I know something that I got a request.
You don't know.
I got a request to do a song, and I'm like, I want to wait till Jim's here
Okay.
because he can play the guitar solo
What is it?
better than anybody else
I
I've
know,
ever
that's
met in
very
my
debatable.
life.
Very debatable. Let's hear it.
Coming back to life.
Oh, fuck yeah. All
Yeah,
right. So we're in a
okay.
Pink Floyd mood, apparently.
Yeah, we're gonna do another
That's
Pink Floyd song.
quite
but-
okay with me.
So I just want to record this this beat for a second. So is that about the right speed?
Yep. Dust in the Wind. That's a good call. We'll play that one next.
Yep. Okay, so that's going to happen later in the song. All right. Cool. I'm so excited to play this, especially. I just can't hide it. Jim's about to lose control, and I think I like it.
Oh, beautiful. Love it already. It's different on acoustic, but I'll try.
Where were you? I was born and broken. Well, the days slip by from my window watching. Where were you when I was hurt and I was helpless? 'Cause the things you say, the things you do surround me. While you were hanging yourself on someone else's words, dying to believe in what you heard, I was staring straight into the shining sun.
hard on acoustic.
Yeah, it is. You nailed it, son.
Eh.
All right. Well, I think you nailed it, and that's all that's important because my opinion is the only one that matters. Thank you very much. Here we go.
Nail you.
We're going to get our next guest on the line here.
Cheers.
I thank him very patient I thank him for being very patient. That's what I'm trying to say there. You know, that song is just it kills my voice, man. Like it's so up there. All right, let me get him on the line. Put on my producer hat for a second. Oh, more requests. Hey, Kurt Scammell, the biggest Pink Floyd fan in the world, maybe second only to me. No, Kurt, you are like a Pink Floyd encyclopedia, and so anytime that you tell me that we did a decent job on something, I'm very happy about that. And yes, that song is proof that Gilmour was every bit as important as Waters was, and it was actually those lyrics were written by his wife, Polly. So musically, it was every bit as important, 100%. But I take it more like a Lennon McCartney scenario where they were decent on their own, but they were much better together. I think we can all agree on that. And while we are chewing on those sentiments, let's bring over our final guest for the evening. Last but certainly not least, an amazing guitar player, somebody that whenever I watch him play guitar, my fingers go off to their room and cry for a little while, and then I feel sort of better about myself. But anyway, he is a not only a wonderful musician, but a wonderful human being as well, and donates so much of his time to charity and to making everybody else feel important and loved and honored. So here we go with Mr. Denis Bastarache. Sir, how are you? Can you hear me? Uh-oh. He's looking there like he can't hear me. I wonder if we have a connection issue. It doesn't look like it. Hang on one second. Can you hear me? Now
I'm fine. I've got you on my phone here. I can. But if I can get off my phone, get onto the computer, it would be better.
Okay, well, why don't we do that? I'm going to call you right back, and we will do that.
Let's do that.
All right, perfect. Well, this will give you guys an opportunity to come up with some great questions for Denis. I'd love to hear you guys ask some excellent questions. The song name is Easy Street. Like Easy Street. I don't know. I'll have to listen to it. The problem is I can't really listen to the YouTube stuff while I'm on the air because everything goes through the same connection here. So, but I will save that link for later, and I will check it out. Let's see if we can get Denis back on the computer side of things as opposed to the phone side of things. It's the problem. Sometimes when I call folks, it rings on all the devices that the thing's on, right? So sometimes they'll answer on their phone and be like, "Oh shoot, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to get you on the computer." So yeah. Anyway, yeah, get some questions ready for Denis because he's a fascinating guy with a long history of performance. He's written a whole bunch of original tunes as well. You can catch him mainly right now, I believe, in the blues side is the project that he's currently involved in with Rick Labonte and John Kersey. And Matthew David as the drummer. They are an excellent show. I would highly recommend going to see them. Absolutely fantastic. Well, let's see if we can get him back on the line again. This time on the computer side of things. We'll switch over to the main camera just so we don't have to watch my ineptitude at trying to get somebody connected. Oh, Joe Tessier already has a question. Okay, perfect. I love it. See, this is the spirit of this whole show, is everybody kind of is a part of it. Everybody communicates together. Absolutely love it. This has been such an amazing journey for me, in the sense that, it's something that I started just as a way to keep performing. So it started from a place of pure ego, I won't lie. And then it's evolved into this thing where we're having all kinds of great conversations with great people. And, you guys with the fabulous requests that you're putting in the comments, it just does my heart proud. And it's interesting because, this this whole thing it's a 5-hour show, and it's a 5-hour show with no breaks. Really, I mean, apart from where I get to occasionally play music from other people. Really, I'm either talking or I'm singing. So it's the interesting thing about, how does my voice survive this? Because I'm doing a little bit more than a full gig's worth of singing all the time. All right, so let's see. No, Denny, don't call me because I have to have the window open. I'm just gonna try one more time here. We're gonna try one more time. Could have been my messenger acting up. Who knows? Technology, the world of technology. I'm still going through Coke Zero like it's sugar water, or no sugar water, as the case may be, and still haven't got my sponsorship from Coca-Cola. What's up, Coke? Come on. All right. I'm going to reply to Denny and have him call me. And we'll see how far that gets us. We'll see if it's better with him trying to call me. The thing is that I'm not even showing him as online, or my messages don't seem to be getting through for some reason. But my internet's up. I can see I've got no dropped frames. I'm streaming to Twitch and to YouTube and Facebook type things all over the place. So technology is wonderful because it works all the time. Come on, Messenger. What are you doing? The irony is we tried this earlier in the day, Denny and I, and it worked fine. Okay, I'm going to try not using Messenger, and I'm going to try just going through Facebook, and then I'll have to try to figure out how I can actually bring him into the conversation, because it needs to grab a particular window. Ange Mayhew, Denis is showing online for me. Yeah, it's weird. It's showing that you're correct. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's showing that he's online in Messenger, but none of my messages are being delivered. So I don't know what that means. But I'm going to try this again, and we will see. This time I'm trying to call him on the web side of things. Maybe we'll have better luck on the web side rather than using the Messenger client. Let's see. In the meantime, was that not a fantastic interview with Burrows? Mr. Burrows? Mr. Jeff Burrows? Amazing. Sometimes I have to pinch myself that I'm even able to have conversations with people like that. It's awesome. So the call goes out now to everybody who may still be listening in. I need you to get me more people to talk to. I'd love to talk to some people in other places. If you have people that you know in Europe, that would be great. I'd love to hear what people have to say in different countries. I'm getting like no response from Denny even on Facebook proper. If somebody is there and can talk to him. Yeah, conspiracy going right now. The sensors are busy. Yeah, I know, Kurt. Don't even get me started. I'm going to try him one more time. At least we knew it was working with Messenger. It's just there was some kind of delay or something, and he couldn't really hear me. And if this doesn't work, I'm going to put on another... you know what? Maybe we'll just do that. We'll put on another video by somebody so that you don't have to sit here watching me fumble around with technology, because as far as I know, it doesn't make for great television. Let's see. I'm going to put this one back on. I can hear it ringing. I can hear Denny ringing. Kurt would be interested in chatting. Well, geez, yeah, let's set it up. if I can't get with Denny, then yeah, maybe we can do that. And if not, I mean, definitely, I'd love to schedule in on the program for sure. All right, I'm getting no answer from Denny. So let me just put this on real quick, and I'll see if I can chat with him, because I don't want to waste everybody's time by me sitting here talking back and forth via Messenger. You're watching me type. It's probably pretty unprofessional in this ultra high professional program that we have going on here. So let me put this on real quick, and then we will see if we can figure out our problems with Denny. Okay, one sec.
He was working through college on my grandpa's farm. I was thirsting for knowledge, and he had a car. Yeah, I was caught somewhere between a woman and a child. One restless summer, we found love growing wild on the banks of the river, on a well-beaten path. Oh, it's funny how those memories that last, like strawberry wine. 17, the hot July moon saw everything. The first taste of love was bittersweet, green on the vine, like strawberry wine. Well, I still remember when 30 was old. The biggest fear was September, when he had to go. Oh, a few cards and letters and one long distance call, but drifted away like the leaves in
I still say that the thing that makes it at the end is the giggle. The giggle sells it. All right. Well, let's try one more time with Mr. Denis Bastarache, and if it doesn't work, oh boy, I don't know what to do here. Let's see what happens. Jacqueline Cataret says, I can send you in Messenger. I mean, we might be able to get a group call going. That might be a thing. Oh, there we go. Denny's back. Okay, so I don't have him live yet. I want to switch him off the pants cam here for a second. And before we go live, I just want to ask, Denny, can you actually hear me? Can you hear me? Just give me a thumbs up because I can't hear you yet. He's gonna plug in his headphones. Okay, perfect. Well, it looks like we've gotten back connected, so fantastic. All right. Well, now let's ask the question. Oh,
is that better?
Yeah. No, man, I'm good.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I canceled all my. I turned off my computers and went to the phone.
Denny, I'm so sorry. I don't know what was going on there. Thank you so much for your patience.
That's okay. It's probably on my end anyway.
It's somewhere in the middle, I'm sure. Anyway, I was saying before that it's a real treat for me to be able to chat with you because not only are you one of the most amazing guitar players I've ever seen in my life, but you are just such a warm and benevolent human being that just always has something positive to say about somebody and wants to help them reach whatever level they're trying to reach. And just as a human being, you're an inspiration to me. So thank you so much. And I want to.
So are you as well. There's a philosophy that I learned from an Italian fellow when I was working when the Italians bought Chrysler. We were dealing with the engineers, and I was dealing with head to head with one of them. And he gave me this task that was next to impossible. And he said to me, "It's not impossible; it's just difficult." And I believe you and I both have that philosophy. We'll tackle most anything,
sure,
and see where it goes.
I like
go
it.
over the punches.
Yeah, I'm going to take that. I'm going to use that.
Oh, definitely. And by the way, I love Jim's playing. When the two of you get together, I find it very magical.
Oh well, Jim is a prince among men too. I mean, like all I have to do is I just let him do it all. He's it's all good.
I think I tackle the guitar like he does. I would just chase the chords and find our way through and kind of live on the edge. I just love it.
It is. It's a wonderful thing. I want to. Are everybody okay in your house? Everybody happy and healthy?
Everybody's fine, yes.
Okay,
so
good.
Things are good over here. Hopefully the same with you guys. I just saw Julie singing. That was fantastic.
Yeah, wasn't that neat?
That was really cool.
It was, and the funny thing is I get people, I've been asking her for 25 years to sing, and she used to perform at Dollywood, actually.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, anyway, so now this is what I get after 25 years. I get a secret midnight karaoke song that I'll take it. Denny, we talked a little bit prior to you coming on. I was talking up about the fact that one of the things that you do is you go down to Nashville for these songwriting circles, and you're quite an accomplished songwriter yourself. And the first thing right away in the chat, we have a question from Ernest Atkins, and his question is, how do you start to write a song?
Well, the thing I think we all have a song in us. If you have a story, you have a song, and the way I do it is I have a system. I put circles on a paper. I just drop words on the paper, and they find their way. How do you start a song? Basically, if I asked about the podcast, what you're doing right now, I said, I know nothing, Christopher, about podcasts. What's the main thing? You say, well, first of all, you got to make a connection. You got to make it interesting. Well, that would become my chorus. The more songs you write, the easier it gets. But if you have a story, you have a song, and that's where it all starts. And don't be afraid of don't let people shut you down. You gotta as soon as somebody says you're stupid or something along those lines, that was a dumb idea, we usually shut it down. You just can't do that. Don't let anybody shut you down. There's so much music in all of us. You don't even have to play an instrument. You can whistle. You can hum it. And some of my favorite songs, I don't know, like old time rock and roll. Just call it old time rock and roll. Just as simple.
Yeah, and sometimes it's those things that are so incredibly simple, but the thing is that they connect to each one of us in a way that we can all understand, right?
Yep.
Like all good stories do, right?
And I find the big deal is you keep your language to the language people speak. You can know a lot of fancy words, but if you want to tell me to, I like you, just say I like you. Just don't go to big elaborate words, because that's not how we speak.
Sure. Yeah.
The language, and don't get too clever, because clever is really cool if you and I know the joke, but if somebody doesn't know the joke, you lost that listener.
Sure.
You got to watch about clever as well.
Yeah.
The more I learn, the more I know, which is really cool.
This is why I'm a failed songwriter, because I'm either using too many big words, or I'm using clever things that I think are clever that nobody else does.
Yeah. Sometimes when we do the clever thing, we don't realize that we're shutting people out.
Yeah, for sure, right? Because we want to impress, right? We want to put on that we want to put on our best suit, our best foot forward.
Yes, sir.
I have two different people in here. Like, this is great. The comments are coming in. It's fantastic. Before I'm even getting into a conversation with you, it's awesome. Rob Shepley asks, how many guitars are in your collection? And Ron Olette says, I love his guitars. Let him show you. Are you at a point, like, could you actually walk with your phone or show us with your phone?
Well, this room, I can show you this room right here.
Yeah.
So, and this is my little studio area kind of thing. As a matter of fact, Joe Tessier is going to love this one here. This is my PV. One of my favorites. It's been with me since about '84. Oops. What did I do there? Oh, you got to go this way. And take my phone out of there. You go. Can you see this? Okay.
Well, I can see you. Flip it around there.
Oh, okay. I'm getting all messed up here.
There you go. Okay, perfect.
So, my favorite one, of course, is this fella here. That's my favorite. That's about 1950s, 1960s bass, an old K. This is Ron Olette's favorite, the 335.
Yeah.
There's some G&Ls back there. My bass, Godin. My banjo that I was playing in my mandolin.
Yeah.
And this is can you see it? This guy here?
Yep.
That's an orange wood guitar. I love it. I just bought it online. I got about 60 guitars altogether.
Jeez.
The thing is, I learned you stop buying cases. You don't need that many cases. So.
Yeah, true. Well, let me ask you this, because I know if Jocelyn Laporte is tuned in, she's probably drooling over all these guitars right now, and I want to beat her to the punch, and I want to be the one to ask you, your favorite guitar you just said was that blue one from the 50s. Does it have a name?
I haven't given it a name, because I listen to your podcast most every night, at least parts of it. Sometimes I have a co-write or whatever it is, but once I'm done, I come and watch your show, and I heard it when she said that, and I thought about it. I really don't have a name for her.
No,
I don't know what to say.
But it's a her. But we know it's a her.
Well, it's a her. I mean, she's a sweetheart. I love her. So.
Well, I see the banner in the back there for one of the projects that you're in, Bad Mustache. Okay, tell me, there's got to be a story behind the name of that.
Well, my last name being Bastarache. Bad Mustache has been around for over 20 years. Matter of fact, Joe Tessier, who you're listening to right now, I went through different bands. I ended up playing with a band called JT Justice with Joe Tessier. And right after that, and that was just before I went to Chrysler, started working at Chrysler. Then Bad Mustache came in, because when I went to Chrysler, it's a big school. The guys looked at my last name, and they say, Bastarache, let's just say Bad Mustache. And it went from there.
And that's it. It stuck. Okay, perfect.
That's the short story of it. And then this stained glass here, this Stella Coulter, she made that for me. It took her over a year.
Wow.
And then she's in Kitchener, so she called me up. She goes, it's ready. I said, what's ready? She goes, your Bad Mustache sign. So I went down there, and that took her like a whole year to do this. I said, I got to compensate you money-wise. She says, well, I want a Bad Mustache cup, which is one of these here.
Yeah.
And a Bad Mustache T-shirt. So what an amazing lady that she is.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
The bunch of things that people give me, it's really, really cool.
The Rob Shepley, the one that asks how many guitars were in your collection, and his next question now is, how do you like your G&L guitars versus Fenders?
That's a tough question. I'm still a big Fender fan, and my favorite guitars are my two Fenders, but my G&Ls are just amazing. I have a G&L with P90s. I would have never played a P90 guitar until I met Scotty, who he's got a Les Paul with a couple of P90s. Beautiful guitars. All my G&Ls are beautiful. I seem to prefer they call it Tribute series as opposed to the American series. And the Tribute series, they're $500-600. The American ones are a couple $1,000s. For some reason, I prefer the tribute ones. I have both.
Yeah. Okay.
But my Fenders are ruling right now.
Well, because the Fender, if you play, isn't it something about, there's a particular tonal quality to those different guitars, right? So a Stratocaster has a different, cleaner tone than a Telecaster, which is more twangy. And so, do you find that you're picking guitars for projects based on their characteristics like that, or is it just I like playing this guitar, so I'm going to play it?
I think it's just one of those the way it feels in my hands. And as far as G&L, one thing to remember, that's Leo Fender's project as well. And Leo never went backwards. He always went forward. So he calls his G&Ls his better guitars. So yes, there's some aspects of some guitars that are made a little bit better, but I still love my old blue over there. That's my main one. And then there's American one that I like to play as well.
Nice. I want to ask you this because, I find that my creativity comes in bursts when I'm writing songs, right? So I will go through these periods where I don't have anything to say or anything meaningful to put down, and then suddenly I will find that there'll be 3 or 4 songs that'll just pour out like I have no control over them. Right. Is that kind of work the same for you, or if you're confronted with writer's block, how do you overcome that?
Well, I don't believe in writer's block, and it's been explained to me when I was down in Texas as well. Because we're always on the hunt. For me, I'm a lazy writer. If you challenge me, right now I have a couple of challenges on the table, so I was writing on some songs today, and come time when I sit with a pen, I can write. But they don't call it writer's block, they call it hunting, because even when you're not writing, you're driving your car, you'll see a stop sign, a bar sign, or something walking across the field, and it triggers something. And you may not write it right away, but you're like on a hunt for information. So writer's block it's almost an excuse. But it's hard to say because so many people feel it. But you don't have to write a great song. You just got to write something on paper. You can fix it after.
Sure.
It's that simple.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where they tell you you're writing your first draft and then you whittle your first draft into your second draft and all that kind of stuff. People don't seem to realize that writing songs takes as much effort often as writing a novel or writing a play or writing a treatment or a screenplay. It's something that you start out with an idea and then you continue to refine and continue to refine.
The funny thing for me now, I've evolved as a writer, and I don't make any money on my writing. I may not be putting my songs in the right spot, but the cool thing is when I go to Texas or Nashville, I sit down with a handful of writers. I seem to be holding my own because I get the same respect that I give them. It comes back my way.
Yeah.
So for some reason, I'm doing okay that way. But the deeper I go into a song, I try to find a character. As a matter of fact, I'm writing one with Amanda right now, Amanda Walsh, and we started off writing about Until It Shines, which would have been until all this COVID stuff is over with.
Sure.
And as we're writing, I says, Amanda, I got to see there's a character in here. I don't know what age he is, whatever, whatnot. And when we got together the second time, we found out that this fella here, it's a person that walks on the street, either it's London or Windsor. He really has no home, and he's a person that talks to himself once in a while, looks at the ground, never looks in your eyes. So this character is evolving. And so I look at pretty well every song that has a character as a set of binoculars, and you create a picture, and then you have to turn a little dial to clear up that picture. It might mean dropping words, changing a few things. I don't worry so much about the rhymes because we can make them fix it after, but the picture's got to happen.
Yeah.
And if I give you a good example,
sure.
I was in Nashville and sitting with Beth Nielsen Chapman, and she says, pitch a song at me. So I says, okay. So this song I wrote, it's one of those really weird things. It's a true song. I woke up one day and wrote it. And the way I wrote it, it's about a widow. Her husband passed away, but before he passed, he planted some roses in her yard. And she loved these roses. And this person, this is Marie's song actually. When I started dating Marie, she had these 4 roses in her front yard, and those roses were like gold to her. I didn't know a whole lot about it. So the way I wrote the song, he planted roses in the yard. It was a rose that won her heart. And when they laid him in the ground, it was a rose that she laid down. So it's a very minor, very minor tweak. So Beth says, try this. And be careful because your arms are going to go. She says, he planted roses in the yard. She was the rose that won his heart. And when they laid him in the ground, she held the rose and laid it down. That minor tweak, did you see the difference?
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, it is. It's amazing how
in the picture.
Yeah, subtle things like that make a huge difference in the message that you're trying to get across. And I think it's very interesting that you're approaching your songwriting from a perspective that many actors go when they go into that space where they're creating a backstory for their characters. So the thing that I think is important about that is giving you more depth, right, to those characters in your songs, and that's maybe why the songs come across more personable or with a more rich lyrical history, because you have this whole story written behind the character, and it helps you explore their feelings and how they're interacting with the world, maybe.
Yep. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I say you and I wrote, and you can give me a call, maybe we can put something together, you and I. But say we decide to have a song that's going to call "We're Going to Defend Ourselves Against COVID." When we say we, as you start writing, you think about me, my kids, my wife, my neighbors, and my grandpa. But if we could put a character to it, it could be a 30-year-old. We will stand. And the man's fairly strong. He's probably got, not such a sore back. And be careful because he's still quick.
Yeah.
But so if you could put an age to something, you can actually develop the picture a little bit better. So, and I try to put a character to my, and the character could be something else than a person. It could be a city. Could
Sure.
be a car.
Yeah. You apply the same characteristics that you would to the other character, for sure. Sorry, there's another question here in the comments. Eric Benici says, I love your original It Is What It Is, Dennis. Can we find your other songs? Are they online somewhere? So what I would kind of encourage you to do when we're done, the same thing that I encourage all the other guests, is please in the comments leave a link to where people can find your stuff, because obviously people need to hear your stuff.
Thank you, Eric. That's fantastic.
I want to ask you a little bit about language now, because I know that you speak French. You can hear it when you talk with your last name, and when you say Godin for guitars, there's very much in there. Now, oftentimes it can be a hindrance when you are multilingual, because when you're trying to express something in one language, maybe there's a better way to say it in French than there is to say it in English. And it can be a struggle to choose the right words. Do you find that's the case, or do you find that knowing one language actually increases your opportunity for creativity that way?
I think it increases, but at the same time, speaking French and English, we are so close as far like I remember growing up, people would say, listen, you don't speak real French, go back to France, kind of thing. Some of those things they would say, but at the same time, I would tell an English person, you don't speak real English, you can go back to England.
True.
Because our Canadian speaking is neither nor. We have French and English, and as mashed potatoes of language. When you speak, I bet you and I have a conversation, and some of the words coming out of you are based in French. And a lot of my French, if I was speaking in French, the English comes out.
Sure.
It's one of those Canadian things. We have our own language. We really do.
Yeah. It's interesting, though, because, my heritage on my mom's side is Finland, Finnish. And oftentimes when my grandparents and my mom would have a conversation in their native language, and I would ask as a kid, can you tell me what were you guys saying? And there were phrases where she would say there really is no English translation for it. Like it's a concept, something conceptually from that country and that culture that there really is no English translation for. So that was kind of, I guess, where I was coming from, is that sometimes would you find it easier, like you're in the middle of a song and you're like, oh man, if I could only say that in French, it would be so much easier.
Because it's such a natural thing for me to speak both. There was one little tip that I was given by a fellow named David Lee. He's a big star in Texas. We don't know much about him here, but he says you have more in your rearview mirror than you do in your windshield. And sometimes until you hear something, it doesn't really click in. But by saying it, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
We've lived through so much. We try to write a song as to what we see in front of us, but really, we've probably lived it and it's behind us. And it's going to happen again.
For sure.
And we're not the only guy that's done it.
No, and that's the amazing thing, that if you can latch on to that shared human experience as a songwriter, I think it makes your songs richer, and it makes them something that more people can relate to, and that's the key, right? I mean, the reason that great literature and great songwriting succeeds is because the stories are familiar, right? And I can't remember who it was that said there are only seven original storylines anyway, and we're all just borrowing off those stories. So,
They talked about that about love stories as well. I love you, you love me. I love you, you don't love me.
Yeah.
We love each other, but there's a problem.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, the song Eric mentioned about It Is What It Is, Jacqueline does a fantastic job about it. We've been doing it together, and she's going to be recording it one time, but she does a killer job of this song.
Nice. Awesome. I want to ask you, obviously, I want to ask you the same questions that I've asked the other guests, and maybe we can kind of go into that for a moment so I can collect my thoughts on. I have so many things that I want to ask you about the songwriting process and so on and so forth. But, given the life of normalcy that we enjoyed just a little while ago, what would you say the thing that you miss the most is?
The thing I miss the most is that's one of those things is the country bands. I've been playing so much blues with now, and I've been sitting here with my guitar and doing some old country, and the bends are so different. I was missing that. Marie and I go out on Mondays for the chicken, because I work steady midnights. She's at home, but Mondays is our day to go out for a nice meal together, so we don't get to do that. I noticed that I was rushing everything because I'm part of the Bank Theater, part of the Windsor Folk. I work and I play and I write. So my life is such a fast pace. I had to learn to slow down. And I noticed that when I was having a cup of coffee, I would just kind of wolf it down all the time. I got to slow down. So
slow down and taste the coffee.
I never tasted coffee. And beer was good for a while, but it's I'm not tired of beer, but it's okay.
Yeah, gotcha.
I prefer coffee over my beer half the time now.
On the flip side of that question, then, has there been anything now that you've been in this forced kind of stay-at-home role? Is there something that you've found to your surprise has been comforting or peaceful about it?
Yeah. Well, the one thing is board games. I know Sweet Marie. Marie. She's a kind heart. If you sit down at a table with a board game, you'll get your butt kicked in a big way, and she'll kick it twice. So we're doing some board game things, which is really, really cool. And again, like I said, I had to learn to slow down. So I've slowed down, and I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I am filling my time with co-writing. But when we approach co-writing, I look at it as an exercise. If you and I decide to write, don't feel pressured about, say, listen, we got to have a song. No, we don't. We just got to put a few words down and get our minds going.
Sure.
And then from there, something else will happen.
Yeah.
Everything's been pretty good. I'm glad that I'm home. I feel safe. I'm not looking forward to going back to work, but it is what it is.
I have to ask, one of the things that you were on the road quite a bit in your musical endeavors, correct?
Yeah.
So how do you reconcile being on the road and all that kind of stuff and maintain a relationship at the same time? How does that work out? Let's not get into any dirty little secrets or anything like that. I just because it's one of those things where you are away and it must be terribly difficult on both of you.
It's and you got to be very careful because each band knows the other band.
Yeah.
So if you do anything, somebody phones home and tells them right away.
Sure.
So, I had a relationship way back, and it was a good relationship. But I remember the one time we were playing in Blind River, and there's a big party, and some girl followed me to my room, and I left her outside the door, and she stayed there because it was a big. She was half drunk, and my girlfriend knew like 2-3 days later that some girl slept up my door. So if anything went on, she should have done that too. And
Sure.
some of the bands that some of the things that we did as road bands, for example, you could have played. So there's a lot of things that everybody has a need kind of thing. So say Christopher has a girlfriend in London, and he has a girlfriend in Thunder Bay, whatnot, and I'm coming into London, and you just played there, and this girl says, hey, I'm going to go surprise Christopher in Thunder Bay. So right away you want to get on the phone and say, hey, Chris, heads up. Clear the rest of them.
There's a Three's Company situation heading your way. Yeah.
We sort of took care of each other in that sense a bit too. So
for sure.
And you had to remember, at first when I first hit the road, I thought it was like notching your gun. You meet a girl here, meet a girl there, and it was all fun. But what would happen is my band would hit town. I'd spend time with, let's call her Estevan or something. Some weird name.
Sure.
And I go to another town and I run into your band, and Chris would say, have you met Estevan that works at the little Chinese restaurant? I go, yeah. He goes, oh my goodness, she's something else. I said, okay, I don't mind spending time with Estevan, but I know Chris has been doing a lot of different things. So you find out you're not notching your gun.
Yeah.
Estevan's notching her gun.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly.
So that's where I learned to play video games, and I was getting pretty good at quests. And
nice. Well, I want to ask you then, can you give me? And I'm sure that there are numerous examples of these. So the first one that pops to mind is fine enough, but do you have a favorite memory of the road, and do you have a worst nightmare of the road?
Oh, I have. But the worst nightmare would have been pulling into Elliston, Ontario, and we were playing a place called the Cave, and the police see that we had a tour bus, and the police, it was an old Bluebird bus. Police pulls us over and they say, "Where are you guys heading?" So we're going to play the Cave. He says, "If I were you, I'd get back in that bus and leave town." He says, "It's a bad place." And it was a horrible place. There was no stage. It was a disco floor that we play on, and the bar was empty all week, and there was fights. The owner owned 2 bars. He owned one across the street. They would fight all day long. So come Saturday, we're pretty well wasted, and we're doing the matinee. And anyway, the fight broke out. It was horrible. The worst place was Alliston, Ontario. There's more to the story. I'd have to sit down and talk
Sure.
to you. My favorite gig. Oh boy. There's so many great gigs. I can't really. I mean, there was concerts. I played the Bud Fest, and those were cool.
Yeah.
But then the bigger the crowd, the less people you kind of see. You just like a big painting.
Sure.
As far as my favorite gig, I really can't think of my favorite gig. I love playing so much. Just they're all great.
Yeah, like I said, I'm sure you can take positive experiences away from all of them, but every once in a while there might be something that just kind of makes a mark. And for some reason, it's always easier to recall the terrible ones than it is to recall the good ones, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what part of human nature that is, but yeah.
Some of my favorite ones, and then there's little milestones, just in town here. I was asked to do a show for the school. I said, okay, I'll do the show for the school. And they said, what's the age of the kids? They say, well, they're 5 to 11 or 5 to 12. I go, boy, imagine taking your band into a 5 to 12. You don't know, your material's got to either change or.
Yeah.
So you'll do fine. We went in and we did really well. But that was kind of cool. That's a big milestone. Minor little things. We played, the Leamington, the big amphitheater.
Yeah.
The one key thing, and I think Chuck Silver mentioned it, is like when people walk into a store, they instantly become like family.
Yeah.
And you have this great quality as well, that you make interaction is the greatest currency. You treat everybody like they're royalty or they're something special. Until somebody wrongs you, you're okay.
Yeah.
And interactions got me opened so many doors for me, and that's why I ended up joining the Bank Theater as an executive board. Through interaction, I ended up playing on that $1.6 million stage. The thing is, we had a gig in the morning and then the gig at night. But how do you get on that stage? People kill to get on that.
Yeah,
They approached me, said, "You want to do a concert?" Yeah, okay. So I walked in with my little 3-piece band and we did a big show. And then the next week it was the Sheepdogs were playing there. So it's crazy. So there's a shirt that says Sheepdog and Cheap Trick and Bad Mustache on it.
There you go. It's one of the. But
that's all interaction. You never know.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things like when I was talking with Jeff, about where he was talking at the SARS concert, right, when they had the photograph and the tea parties in there with all these other the Mick Jaggers and the Bon Scotts, and did you have that moment where you're just like, why am I here? How did this even happen? Because everybody's a fan, I guess, at some point.
It's an amazing thing, and all your interviews today were just phenomenal. I loved Chuck, Jeff, and Shawn. I mean, all your interviews are great, but I really enjoyed today as well.
Oh, well, thank you very much. And I really enjoyed chatting with you as well. And, I want to thank you for being a part of it, because every conversation that we have at this point, I think is important to be able to reach out and see that there's a human connection there somewhere still, and that we're all still able to make contact with each other, if even just virtually, is awesome, right?
Yeah. This is a great time for sometimes I see you ask, what do you want to tell people to do right now? What should they be doing?
Yeah.
And we all talked about the washing their hands and whatnot, but this is a great time to make some new memories and go through the old ones. If you have a box of pictures or something on, and say, this is my dad, or this is what I did, or this is my old bicycle, whatever it is, it's a good chance to talk to your kids about old memories and make some great new memories, because we're all so close together.
That's a great point. That's a great point. It's not necessarily about that the fact that we are just together. It's what are we going to do with the time that we have together now? And what a great sentiment. Look over, become nostalgic, and build new memories out of nostalgia. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I want to leave this on one question from the chat, which for some reason I can't get out of my brain now, and I can't remember who. Let me see if I can scroll back and find out who asked it. I think it was Ernest. Man. No, it was Joe. It was Joe Tessier. There we go. Why do they call you Dancing Denny?
Oh, Joe knows the answer already. So when I was touring, I used to, I still do today. When you see me play, that's why I can't use a beat bender on my guitar. I move too much. But at one time, when I used to be able to, when we played Little Memphis, which was the Embassy, all those booths and the 2x4 kind of railing,
yeah,
I could play with a wireless and run across the whole booth. I was pretty flexible and agile, and I played with Dave Fox at the Peppermints back then. If you remember Peppermints,
yeah,
and they had those wooden or metal fencing. I would play on top of the fence. There's pictures out there of me on top of the bins, and it's one of those things. I just like a rabbit, and I got to dance on the it was called the Nashville Now show with Ralph Emery.
Okay.
And that was the biggest country show going at the time, and we had management in Nashville, so the management got us into this show. It was really cool. We got the VIP passes. We came in the back room, got to see all the guitars and the stars, and they called my name, and I did some dancing up and down the aisle while they played music.
That's fantastic.
I sort of earned that name back then. And the character seems to die, but he always comes back to life.
Well,
so
I was just gonna say, like,
back.
I've seen you when you've just been doing stuff with the doo-wops, and yeah, man, it's the thing of it's like you and Michael Herford have that same quality where it's really, you understand that part of what you're doing is not just being acoustically brilliant, but you're there as an entertainer. You're there to entertain, to provide a show. Give me a reason to go see you. And I think that that's something that's missing from so many bands right now, is that they think that, they think that and I'm not bad mouthing bands, but they think that the show ends at giving a really good sonic performance. And for some bands, that's okay. For me, I'm a moody piano player. So for me, if I give you an emotional attachment to something that I'm doing, I'm not going to be a Jerry Lee Lewis and all that, or an Elton John and do handstands on the piano. But I'll tell you that probably more people would talk about it if I did do the handstand on the piano. And I can tell you that, when I go to see you, I of course appreciate what you're bringing to the table musically, and what you're doing with your fingers is incredible. But the other half of it is I can't wait for the hip wiggle, or I can't wait for the knee wobble, because I know it's coming.
It's those little things that they tell you along the way. So the fella that took me under his wing when I was a young man, we call Wayne Buttendale up from Perry Sound area, Dusty Wayne. And he explained to me, I was maybe 19, 20 years old. I was getting paid to play. I was playing a bass, and I thought I was something else. So he took me outside one day, not for a beating. He says, "Son, take a look at the sign, see what it says." And back then, they were big signs. They had little light bulbs all around, and the name of the band would be in there. And I says, and it was Dusty Wayne and the Cadillac Cowboys. I says, "Wayne, that's our name. That's us." He goes, "You're reading at the wrong part of the sign." He says, "Entertainment. That's what you need to look at." He says, "Musicians, they don't work all the time, but if you're an entertainer, you'd be working all the time, son." So right there and then I knew it's not all about the chords I play. It's about the little things we do between songs, and that's like interaction again. Interaction is the greatest currency.
Yeah.
The things you do between songs are so important. Sometimes making a mistake, even purposely, is important. It brings a bit of laughter and a joke, and
yeah,
I love it.
It's funny because when I go back in my head to some of the great concert experiences that I've had, my very first concert was seeing Billy Joel in Detroit. I think it was '86. My uncle brought me, and I was a young lad at the time. It was my very first big concert, and I remember, I couldn't really tell you what songs he played, but I do remember that he climbed the snaked cables from going up for, like it was the showmanship. It was the thing that like these are the things that were arresting to me. It was like, when I went to see Elton John for the first time, of course I'm a huge Elton John's fan, so I could tell you all the songs he played, but it was also going to see the costumes, right, and the crazy antics and all that kind of stuff. So I think it's like exactly what you said. There's a difference between just a performer and an entertainer, and I think the entertainers stick with us longer.
And that's one of the reasons. Like I basically never joined any other band, just did my own thing. I did fill-ins and stuff, but I never joined bands. But then when Rick came up to me, Rick Labonte with the blues side, he says, "Hey, you don't have to audition. You can have this part." I said, "Well, who's on the bottom end?" He says, "John Kersey and Matt David." I says, "I'm in."
Nice.
Because I tell you, as a bass player, many great bass players in this town, but John's the only guy that made me buy new strings on my bass. And he didn't say it. Just his tones are so good. I came home, I played my bass, and they were crap.
Yeah.
So I had to go buy strings. This has never happened. I'm 58 years old, and I played bass for a lot of years. And so, but those guys, what happens with them is they actually allow me to float around with my guitar. I come in to a gig with a bag of tricks, but those tricks aren't good enough. I like to walk that line where I'm about to have a crash, and then get back on track if I can. So
nice.
That's why I love that. I want to give a shout to Luke Michaud as well, because we're doing some recording with him, and I'll walk in, he'll let me do my part, and it's okay. Give me another 4 parts. So and it's a lot of playing.
But he's
coaxing. He lets me do.
Yeah, and he's coaxing the best performance out of you, which is great. I don't know why, but Pamela Taylor has said numerous times in here Bronsons. I don't know what that means, but is there something behind that I'm not getting?
Well, Bronsons, when I first came to town, even before I came to town, I used to tour, and we played Bronsons quite a bit. That's where I got to meet Pamela. She came up and sing for us, and she was a great singer back then, and even now. So, and Bronsons was a killer party bar. They called it a rough bar, and yeah, it was rough. But people partied hard. They worked hard during the week, but they came in there and they partied hard, and we had a great time at that place. And I'm glad I met Pamela there. Later on, we got to play in the same band for a short little bit as well. So
nice. Well, I mean, I think anybody in this town, or probably more than just this town, can say the same thing, that at some point they've played with you or have wanted to play with you, myself included. So,
thank you.
Denny, I just want to thank you so much for being on the program and lending your voice to the conversation. I apologize that it took us a little bit longer to get you hooked up than normal. I don't know what was going on there, but better late than never.
Yeah, and then something else I want to say before I hang up. First of all, thank you very much for your entertaining the entertainers, which is an amazing, tough challenge. I mean, we are every night I tune in to see you play, and I love what you do. I'm dying to hear you and Jim do Never Been to Spain. That would be something else for me.
Yeah.
And the other thing is,
he actually you piqued his interest. He turned around as you said that.
Oh, because I'm interested to see what he can do with it. I mean, and especially on the acoustics, not so easy.
Sure.
The other thing is, we have a mutual friend, which is Paul Richard. He's like my little brother. I love Paul to death, and I'm so happy that you guys do so well with your band. I'm proud of you guys. Like maybe it's like a father-like thing. I don't know what it is, but I'm I call it, just proud of what you guys do. I wish you a lot of success of what you're doing. I know you do it and you love it, and the group of people you got around you, I don't know if you can get better than that. Wow.
That is some incredibly high praise, and I'm going to take a step back from my normal thing, and I'm just going to accept that compliment, but I'm going to be totally blown away by it. And I'm going to accept it because I realize the incredible fortune that I have to be playing with the people that I'm playing with right now. And it just blows my mind every day that I'm able to do it. So thank you very much for that. That means an incredible amount to me. So yeah.
Thanks for having me as well. It's fantastic.
Of course, I thank you. I'm sorry, I'm a little awestruck now. I'm not gonna lie. That's it was an amazing little amazing compliment. So, just for that, we're gonna
get together for a song. I'll give you a couple little tricks that they showed me.
Sure.
And we'll start something just for fun.
Absolutely. You don't have to look. Here, twist. I'm offering it. Twist my arm right there. All right, Denny. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
I appreciate it. Take care. Be safe.
See you, Jim. See you, Chris.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
No, he can't see. He can't hear you either. There, now you're turned on.
I'm waving at myself, apparently.
That's okay. That was the fantastic Denis Bastarache, and what a wonderful guy. Just in all sense of the word, just an amazing guy. You want to talk about somebody that can give you about 400,000 pointers? That's the guy.
Nice.
And when he tells me that, I'm so lucky to be playing with Jim, that's 100% true.
Oh, that is not true. That guy's full of shit.
You want to do Never Been to Spain?
Yeah, you know what?
Well, I fumbled my way through it once.
Okay. I know it.
And I mean, I was doing it in
E.
Yes, but I was doing like kind of a relaxed version of it, but I'll follow your lead.
Let's play the original.
I don't know how the original goes, so I'm gonna have to follow you on this one. And then we had a request for Dust in the Wind, and you need to do that. So
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
Can do. Let's do that one. Let's do Denny's request first.
Yeah.
So. That's nice to hear you guys. Nice to hear you guys chat, by the way. You two so conversive. It's amazing.
Thanks. Do I start this?
Actually, vocal does. So
Okay.
Want me to do it?
Oh, I can do it.
Do it.
I just don't know if I'm going to do it right.
Do it right.
Okay.
Do your version.
Well, I never been to Spain.
My bad.
Oh, that's it.
Let's do that one again from the beginning.
Okay. It starts in
A. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. My bad. I fucked up. It's been a while.
Let's do it again.
Yeah. Thank you. Beautiful.
Well, I never been to Spain,
Shit.
but I kinda like the music. Say the ladies are insane there, and they sure know how to use it. They don't abuse it, never gonna lose it. I can't refuse it. Well, I never been to England, but I kinda like the Beatles. Well, I headed for Las Vegas, only made it out to Needles. Well, can you feel it? It must be real. It feels so good. All feels so good. Well, I never been to heaven, but I've been to Oklahoma. Well, they tell me I was born there, but I really don't remember. In Oklahoma, not Arizona, what does it matter? What does it matter? Well, I never been to Spain,
Okay. Yeah.
but I kinda like the music. You see, the ladies are insane there, oh, and they sure know how to use it. They don't abuse it, they're never gonna lose it. I can't refuse it. Come on, Jim. but I really don't remember. In Oklahoma, not Arizona. What does it matter? What does it matter?
Yeah, not bad, Chris. Pretty close. Oh, I messed it up. My bad. I haven't played that one in a long time.
That's okay. I didn't have the camera on you for the first half of the song.
That's probably for the better.
All right. Well, we had a request for a little Dust in the Wind, and you're going to do that one all
Sure.
on your own, and I'm just going to figure out the little part here.
Which is the highlight of the song, actually. Don't be modest. Oh, it's already good. That was already perfect. Oh, yeah. I got wood. I close my eyes, holding for a moment, and the moment's gone. All my dreams pass before my eyes of curiosity. Dust in the wind. All we are is dust in the wind. Same old song. Just a drop of water in an endless sea. All we do crumbles to the ground, though we refuse to see. Dust in the wind. All we are is dust in the wind. Oh, come on, Chris. Nice. Beautiful. Not bad. Now don't hang on. Nothing lasts forever but the earth and sky slips away. All your money, put another minute by. Dust in the wind. All we are is dust in the wind.
Dust in the wind.
Dust in the wind.
Everything is dust in the wind.
Everything is dust in the wind.
Everything is dust in the wind.
Nice.
I didn't know what you were going with that.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Neither did I, by the way.
Perfectly. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, boy.
That was a really good interview, by the way. That's right. Pamela Taylor was right. Great interview.
Oh, thank you.
That was intriguing.
It was mostly Denny.
Denny.
All right, let's do this one.
60 guitars. Fucking kidding me? I have 4. I can't keep them up.
Okay, I'm going to hang on a second here.
That sounds
You'll get it.
Intriguing, actually. Wow. What is das?
Oh, you'll get it. Hang on a second. Ready?
Sounds familiar.
I'm going to redo that.
Oh, yeah,
part.
I know it. I got it. Little Fleetwood. I'm with you. Nice. Oh, yeah.
Here you go again, saying you want your freedom. Who am I to keep you down? It's only right that you should play it the way you feel it. Listen carefully to the sound of your loneliness, like a heartbeat that drives you mad. In the stillness of remembering what you had, what you lost, what you had, what you lost. Oh, thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. Sad women, they will come and they will go. When the rain washes you clean, you know, you will know.
So nice, Jim.
Here I go again to see your crystal visions. Keep my visions to myself. It's only me who wants to wrap around your dreams and happy when dreams you like to sell. Dreams of loneliness, like a heartbeat that drives you mad. In the stillness of remembering what you had, what you lost, what you had, what you lost. Oh, thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing.
Nice, Chris. That was beautiful.
It was not bad.
That was beautiful.
It's hard for me to sing Stevie Nicks because I'm not Stevie Nicks.
Mm-hmm.
But listen, you give me a shop vac and a pound of cocaine, and I can get there.
Who couldn't? You got any?
A shop vac, sure.
Yeah. Actually, mine's broken. Perfect.
Alrighty. What else do we have in here? Want to do even flow?
Really?
Why not?
Sure. Good question. Why not? And D, right? Or E? What key you playing?
I'm going to find out in a second.
Well, all right.
D. Oh, this is going to be interesting.
It's actually lower. It's usually an E, I think.
Maybe not one of my better ideas.
You've had worse.
It was a little fast, I guess. A little on the fast side.
Yeah, it should be, though.
That was not even flow at all. That was that was rapidly descending and twirling to the bottom flow.
Ebb and flow. That's a bad line. I'm sorry.
You know what I did once? You know what I did once on a dare? I did this one.
Huh? Oh, Zeppelin.
Yeah, I did that once on a dare. It was just in the list here.
What song is it?
"Fool in the Rain."
I can't even begin to play that with you. What key is it in?
It was like a.
I had no idea how to play that song. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It was on a dare. It's fine.
And who won the dare or the dare?
I did. I did because I actually did it, and I got to use the with the or the.
Oh yeah, that's the best part of the song. Do you want to play it?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, I know what we should do. Just because it's become our song.
Okay. I figured you'd play that actually. Done. Fuck me, I can't hear the same thing. Thank you. Okay, good. Turn it down now.
I got a little couple little extra beats in there.
Yeah, sounds good on the drums, buddy. Really good.
Yeah, it's like I'm almost a drummer.
Let me know when I come in.
Ready? 1, 2, a 1, a 2, a 3, 4.
Nice move.
Hold you in my arms as a bad place. And all those words whispered, baby, just as you turn away. I saw you last night out on the edge of town. I'm gonna read your mind and know just what I got in this new thing I found. So tell me what I see when I look in your eyes. Is that me, baby, or just a breeze in disguise? I'd somebody call your name from underneath our willow. I saw something tucked in shade underneath your pillow. Well, I tried so hard, baby, but I just can't see what a woman like you is doing with me. So tell me who I see when I look in your eyes. Is that you, baby, or just a brilliant disguise? Here we go.
Now look at me, baby, struggling to do everything right, but then it all falls apart. Oh, when out go the lights, I'm just a lonely pilgrim. I walk this world in wealth,
I wanna know if it's you I don't trust, 'cause I damn sure don't trust myself.
Now you play the loving woman, I play the faithful man, but just don't look too close into the palm of my hand. When we stood at the altar, and just you swore that our future was right. But come the wee hours, maybe, baby, the gypsy light. So when you look at me, you better look hard, look twice. Is that me, baby, or just a thrill in the sky? Tonight our bed is closed, lost in the darkness of our love. God have mercy on the man who does what he should love.
Beautiful. Good job,
So
Chris.
good. So good. Well, the question has been raised, Jim. We got like one more. Ashley wants to hear Bed of Roses.
Oh, God, I can't. Oh, fuck. Oop. Who's Ashley? And
she's been one of the ardent supporters of this program from the very beginning.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah. That sucks. Fucking throat's killing me, but fuck it. All right, I'll try it.
All right. You don't mind, Chris? Don't mind what?
You don't mind playing it?
I don't know it, so sure.
Yeah,
I don't
you
mind-
do
I
it
don't
pretty
mind
good
playing it.
though. You've done it a few times.
All right, let me look it up here.
I can't hear the words. Where is that Rolling Rock, by the way? It would really help me a lot right now.
It is inside in the fridge. If I go
Oh,
get
no,
it,
no, in the house?
Yeah.
I'll forget it. No, I'm good.
I was gonna say
I don't want it.
if I go get it, then we'll be out of time.
No, exactly. No, one more tune. Done.
And next week, actually, when you come next week, we will have way more time because there's a special thing that's happening next week, and there will be no guests on Saturday.
Oh yeah, do tell.
I can't really talk
okay.
about it yet.
Put that in A though, Chris, if you could.
In A?
Yeah, we did. There you go.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, good.
So there is an auto scroll feature. Let's see if that'll work.
Should grab my balls in a vice.
Auto scroll those.
What time next Saturday? What do you think?
9-ish.
Perfect. Even better. All right, Ashley and Tanya, for that matter. You both
Yeah,
wanna
there you
hear-
go.
They both want to hear this song. I'm sorry ahead of time. I'm going to butcher the hell out of this thing.
I'm gonna turn your vocal down just a bit,
No problem.
just because I know it's gonna get up there.
Nice. Go to the E. E. Sitting. Okay, I had to figure it out. Sitting here wasted and wounded, this old piano. I'll back up a bit. Trying hard to capture the moment. It's more than I don't know. Oh, a bottle of vodka still lodged in my head. Some blonde gave me nightmares. Think that she's still in my bed. As I dream about movies they won't make of me when I'm dead. With an ironclad fist Wake up, French kiss the morning. While some marching band keeps it so beating my head while we're talking about all the things that I long to believe about love. But you need me, and the truth is, baby, you're all that I need. I wanna lay you down in a bed of roses for the night. I sleep in a bed of nails. I wanna be just as close as the Holy Ghost is. Lay you down on a bed of roses.
It's so much more intimate.
Well, I'm so far away. Step that I takes on the way home.
Now that you have your own camera.
King's ransom, and that's probably a bad thing. See through this paper. Still I run out of time, and it's hard to get through to the bird on the wire. Flies me back to you. I just close my eyes. Listen, baby, blind love is true. I wanna lay you down in a bed of roses for the night. I sleep on a bed of nails. I wanna be just as close as the Holy Ghost is. Lay you down on a bed of roses. Well, this hotel bar's hangover, whiskey's gone dry, the bar keeps it crooked. She's giving me the eye. Well, I might have said yeah. Well, I laughed so hard I think I died. Ooh, yeah. Well, as you close your eyes, know that I'm thinking about you. While my mistress, she calls me, stand in her spotlight again. Tonight, won't be alone. She know that don't mean I'm not lonely. I've got nothing to prove, for it's you that I die to believe in. I wanna lay you down in a bed of roses for tonight. I sleep on a bed of nails. I wanna be just as close as Holy Ghost is. Lay you down on a bed of roses. Oh, fuck.
And there we go.
I gave it a shot. Well, good night, everybody.
Let me just take you out of the well there. There you go.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, that's way better, actually.
Well, yeah. All right. Well, thank you, everybody, and good night.
Thank you, Chris, for having me. That was
Oh.
fun, as always.
I'm sorry that it ended up getting a little bit backed up because of my technical issues.
That was
there,
intriguing, actually.
Right.
You and your guests.
But next week there'll be a little more time.
Sounds good.
So I'm giving you a whole week, Jim. A whole week. Look at your camera. Look at your.
Ooh, hi, camera.
Yeah. You people watch.
It's weird
Jim, look
that
at
in front of me.
Look at Jim's face. Okay. Look at his face.
Mm.
He has a whole week.
Don't look at my face.
A whole week to think of songs.
Oh, that's true.
I want a set list when you come.
You want really?
Yes. Thank you very much. We'll start with that one.
I got one. No, I don't.
Anyway, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me and Jim.
Tune in to Chris every night, by the way.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have been doing this every night, and we're going to keep doing it. I guess.
It's fun.
I guess until people tell me to stop. So, thank you so much to my guests that graced me with their presence. Is what I'm trying to say.
This
every night, it's just it's a treat to be able to talk with you and bring your conversations to everybody. And I will end the program the same way I end the program every time, which is, be the path of least resistance. And just, it takes no extra effort to be human and kind. It takes extraordinary effort to act otherwise. So just be decent to each other, be happy, be safe. And we will talk again tomorrow.
Good night, guys.
Rockstar Music Hall is Windsor's premier event and concert hall. Turnkey productions for concerts, theater productions, trade shows, fundraisers, and home of the Rockstar Wedding. The Platinum Room Banquet Hall is a wedding and event venue featuring in-house services for everything such as catering, decorations, DJ, officiant, i.e. you can get married there, and much more. They do it all and make it easy for you, located directly above Rockstar Music Hall. Partners with and located at Platinum Room Rockstar Music Hall, Windsor Weddings provide wedding and event services such as live entertainment, DJ, photography, photo booths, decorating, and efficient services. The Border City Dance Company provides education in dance and performing arts under the direction of Melissa Williams. Melissa is known for her work with Prince, Britney Spears, James Franco, Sarah Gaden, Josh Gad, Elizabeth Berkley, Michael Caine, and Randy Quaid, among others, and her choreography has been featured on television in shows such as So You Think You Can Dance Canada Seasons 1 to 4, Bomb Girls, Kim's Convenience, 11/22/63, and in countless commercials for big names such as TD Canada Trust Bank, Adidas, and Sun Life Financial. Also the main stage for the 2015 Para-Pan Am opening ceremonies and the 2016 FINA opening ceremonies and gala. Border City Dance Company is located at Platinum Room and Rockstar Music Hall.